Yo, how's it going,
Hello.
Milk? How are
What
you
was that?
today?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good.
That is good. How's it going?
I'm good. I don't know if we've engaged much on this app before. I think I've talked to you a couple times.
I don't
But
think you personally have talked to me, but like I've been on your live before.
oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm weirdly obsessing a little bit right now about Darth Dawkins. You know who that is?
I do not
Obviously.
know who that is.
Oh, really?
No.
He's like a guy on TikTok that everyone kind of, I guess, hates or makes fun of, but he's very controversial. He's entertaining at least to watch. He's a presuppositionalist, like an apologist for Christianity, but he's just like kind of aggressive. He'll like kick you right away if you say anything or like.
Oh, okay.
But I've been going through his YouTube videos like that other people have recorded. It's crazy to watch how many famous people are like he has interviews with like Amber Rose and Lawrence Krauss and like a bunch of other people. It's just fascinating to listen to. He's got a long history. He's like an older guy, so
Wait,
Nice.
really?
yeah,
Darth Dawkins?
yeah, man.
Nah, you're lying.
No, I'm not. He's tripping me out recently. Just
Wait,
trust me. I'm not. I don't like his style. I don't like his style, but he's intriguing. He's got some interesting aspects of his arguments are pretty interesting to me, and but yeah, like how long he's been doing this, like listening back to some of his earlier interviews is crazy.
wait, with Amber Rose. I looked him up.
Yeah, Amber Rose, yeah, he's got a whole hour-long conversation with Amber Rose.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and he's still pitching the same thing. He still sounds the exact same and like makes basically the exact same arguments.
Think that is crazy. So it's like,
Yeah,
I guess, so it's not like, I wished it was like actual face to face conversation, but unfortunately it's not.
yeah, no, it's like Discord, or he used to do it on Xbox Live. He's got some interviews on like Xbox Live and stuff up there.
Wow.
Like calling or like just typing?
No,
I
literally,
think no, yeah, like chat.
like this. Look,
Oh, okay.
you guys see this?
Oh.
Amber Rose.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
It's the plus button. Hi.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, pause.
I don't know if that was intentional, but if you want to come back up without the music, you can. And that was just really loud. But yeah, I'm not into his style. He's like pretty aggressive, but at the same time, man, like the more I consider the precept argument, the more it weirdly makes sense to me. Which I find a hard time reconciling because like I say, I don't like his style. He seems very unempathetic and very like ungratuitous. But then his arguments actually do make a lot of sense to me.
Have you looked into like Paralogic?
Paralogic, like um, yeah, what is paralogic? I have a little bit, like
So,
um,
wow, I wish this guy actually had like a video of himself, but all of his stuff is like Discord.
Darth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but let me see if I can. There's logic. There's this book. It's called "The Aesthetics of Atheism: Theology and Imagination, Contemporary Culture" by Dr. Cutaway. Dr. Cutter Culloway
Okay.
and Barrett Taylor. The book is like maybe $8 or something. But like basically, like in this book, these two doctors try to argue for some sort of like a poetic intuition of mystery with regarding like the idea of like paralogic. So
Okay.
yeah, so I'll just read a little bit to you just to see what you think. So like he talks about Eugene Thacker, horror of philosophy series, and he says the attacker poses questions to be rhetorical questions. So the questions are, what if this thing called the world doesn't revolve around us, human beings? And then what if, in actual fact, it wants nothing to do with humans at all? That said, Stacker is truly terrifying. It's a truly terrifying thought. So from this view, the horror genre is not merely about the evocation of fear, whether visceral, psychosomatic, or existential. Rather, horror is horrifying because it deals with the limits of the human as it confronts the world without us. So to posit this kind of a world, one that is not simply unknown, but is wholly unknowable, is to open up a radical uncertainty. Or to put it somewhat differently. So whatever fear horror does induce is rooted in its attempts to think the unhuman. So at first blush, this idea of a world without us that is as unknowable as it is unhuman appears to be neither logical nor rational. And that is because it isn't logical or rational, but neither is it irrational or illogical. Instead, it is paralogical or para-rational.
Okay.
Right. So it runs alongside of and parallel to reason rather in contradiction to it. That is to say, rather than being either or both and, it is neither nor. But to understand how the logic of the unhuman operates in the context of horror fiction, one needs a decidedly aesthetic competence and sensibility. So poetic intuitions are more valuable than logical syllogisms, in large part because aesthetic experiences are uniquely able to hold seemingly opposition realities in creative tension without one giving way to the other. So in ways that other forms of knowledge production simply cannot replicate, art including horror fiction, generates an aesthetic unity constituted by relational rather than oppositional difference. So
Drive home this point about poetic intuitionalism. Drive that point home. Why is that more practical, especially like in this horror genre that you're speaking of, or in paralogic, than something like a syllogism?
wait, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, there's a part in there that I don't know if I got, but I think you're making a really good point. So I just wanted you to articulate it further. It's about, you said something about the importance of poetic intuitionalism, right?
Yeah.
And how that's more practical than a syllogistic approach, especially in when you're considering these genres of, well, you're wrapping in like the horror genre being related to a limitation of knowledge, which is fascinating. But I'm asking you why. Why is it more practical? Why is this poetic intuitionalism more practical than a syllogistic approach to logic?
Oh, okay. So, okay. So I guess like what I would, if you ask me, I was just sharing with you what Doctor Eugene Thacker poses. But
Right.
if you were asking me from my own perspective, I would say because I think it allows for, I guess, what I'm understanding, like a deeper, holistic understanding of experiences and emotions that might not easily convey through conventional logic or analytical.
Yeah, well, especially in these realms where when you're using it paralogic, it's these realms where it's not necessarily rational and it's not necessarily determined to be irrational either. And maybe those are the areas where this method that you're speaking of is really practical, right? Like this idea of paralogic is really cool because there are aspects of life where we haven't determined whether it's right. Well, this is actually determining that overall nature is not something that is rational or irrational. It's somewhere in the middle, right? WildJester and I were having an exchange yesterday too about this Darth Dawkins
Yeah.
our opinions on Darth. I know Kris has some opinions too.
Darth is a fucking saint. What are you talking about? He's so wonderful. He makes me smile. He's just so great to be around.
What I notice, and I know he's an ass. I know he's not patient. I know he's not empathetic. But what I notice is he has a strong, it's almost autistic pattern of reasoning. When he goes into his presuppositions and an atheist questions his presupposition, what the pattern I see is that the atheist isn't willing to question their own presupposition. Darth puts his presup right at the front of his argument, right? He presupposes God, but then the atheist is unable to show what they're presupposing, and that's what frustrates him. He's looking for their authenticity and their bias for them to show where is your logic coming from, where is your rationality, and they refuse to do it because they just harness in on him. They say, well, just because I don't have the answers doesn't mean God exists. And he continues to say, well, don't focus on my worldview. What is your worldview, right? Justify your precepts. Don't look at mine.
Okay. That's, I think, okay, now I understand what you were trying to say. Okay. The thing is, atheism isn't a worldview, right? It's saying it's a lack of belief until further evidence. So, with that being said, they're not really going to justify a negative when they don't have anything to work with. We don't have a precept.
Yes, but he's saying that's fine if you don't want to presuppose God, but he's asking you, how do you presuppose intelligibility then at all, or that rationality? The validity is, like, I guess the atheist would say that validity is somehow self-evident. It's like redundant or axiomatic or self-evident, but I think that's what he's kind of pushing back on. It's like, I don't know about this claim to self-evidence. I think there's a little more to it than that.
Okay, so with me, I would probably argue that we're still working with underlying assumptions that could be wrong that we can later find out. I don't think an atheist like myself wouldn't necessarily disagree that we're working off some form of assumption, but we don't necessarily try to ground that either. We're kind of just
Right.
testing things and then seeing if they're real.
Yeah, and when I hear ground, what all I hear with that is like a highlight. Like, to ground your assumption isn't that necessary for not for evidential proof or for epistemology or for empiricism, but for logic. Must you ground your baseline assumptions so that we can verify them and validate them? That's the problem I'm having.
Oh, okay.
Like, if you don't have a grounding assumption or a grounding presupposition, well, then we can't validate it, and logic seems to want to validate your presupposition or your premise. Like, without a premise to validate, it seems like it's an irrational argument or not even an argument at all. And I think that's what frustrates Darth Dawkins.
I see. So,
It's weird for me, man, because I want to drill this home that I don't appreciate his style. Like, I don't like people who are impatient or intolerable or unempathetic. You know, I don't appreciate his style. But then
that's
when
how I feel about Jordan Peterson.
Interesting.
Well, like, he says some things are good, but like overall, holistically, I don't like him. Okay, so
I don't like anyone, to be fair.
it's more like we're trying to understand that we have baseline assumptions.
Hey, who are you coming in here playing music like that? Get a grip.
We're having baseline
Logic, if you need a mod, I'll mod for you.
Thanks. I was on top of it. I appreciate you, though.
We have like baseline assumptions of some stuff, and then the only way we can actually ground them is through consensus. Yeah, like an agreed upon assumption. So, like,
why does consensus necessarily ground it, though?
it'll be a form of technique to ground something, to have a better idea of it, but it can be subject to change.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, in order for me to actually study
hold on, and a consensus of whom exactly? I'm sorry, Mister.
Okay, so consensus of like reality, right? Like, in order for us to actually study the sun, we must first agree that the sun is there, type of thing.
Yeah, that agreement would be the precept. I
Yes.
totally, yeah, and that would be what's necessary for our language to be like unbiased or validatable. This fluidity in terms, our ability to say, hey, here's our presupposition. If we wanted to invalidate that later, we can, but those are the axioms we're working off
Yes.
of. Right, but if we are unable to highlight those axioms, then I fear we're verging into like dogma or irrational thought. Like if I just actually presuppose the sun, right,
Well,
without like the term being fluid, that seems irrational.
I feel like let's go back to the sun analogy, right? Like in order to actually study the sun, we must first agree that the sun is there, right? And then the more we study it, so like its temperature, its light, its other stuff would also validate that presupposition.
So is a presupposition kind of like when you're like in a structured debate, the first person who talks, they have to have like their definitions listed. So when they're talking about something, they define it so that that is like the ground that everyone else has to work off of. That
Sure,
the
sure.
work
You
for
could
this
Yeah,
definition
yeah,
in
yeah.
that.
you could start there, yeah, but a presuppositionalist, like there are actual philosophers that call themselves a presuppositionalist, and Darth is one of them. And their whole argument is based off of presupposing
Well,
an
it's a
axiom of
presupposition.
truth.
Darth has a fucking brain, so there's.
Whereas like some people want evidence or some people want other forms of arguments. He actually claims like a presupposition argument in the sense that he thinks that that is the most like valid way of arguing.
So
Okay. So, sorry, guys. I got a phone call.
Hey, atheist.
What's up?
Your name still just trips me the fuck out. I'm sorry, I have to tell you that again.
I agree. I've engaged.
I adore you.
I've engaged with Darth Dawkins before. I gave him like a poetic argument, and he hated me for it.
Oh God.
Welcome to the club.
He hated me for it after because I'm very metaphorical in thinking. Just engaging with it from that standpoint, he's like he thought like I should go to hell. But anyways, to answer your question, logic, like that, I think the practicality is as me and you both know, like, and you are aware of this, like shared human experience, cultural social insight, metaphorical thinking, not necessarily like limited to like problem solving per se, but just seeking for like alternative perspectives, creative problem solving insights or abstract concepts. So I hope that's answer your question.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah.
Yeah. So like so the intuition helps in understanding abstract concepts, imagery, symbolisms, being open to like the negative, life changes and the positive life changes, deeper personal insight, those kind of things. At least that's how I understood the book.
Darth is in here. Darth, I'd love to have a conversation with you, man. I have been listening to a lot of your talks, and I appreciate a lot of what you say. What I was saying earlier is that I don't know how much I approve of the style you got, but the precept argument does seem to be perplexing to me. I can't seem to step around it, and I also see the pattern of when you ask an atheist to define their presupposition or what grounds their rationale that they're unwilling to usually they just further probe at your worldview rather than defining their own. I don't think it's a problem to define our bias or our presuppositions or our assumptions. I think that's like the key to logic. If you cannot define your terms, then you're irrational, right? Or if you don't have a grounding foundation, an axiom, something that you're working off of, then there's no way for us to work backwards and get and validate like where you're coming from.
Wait, is this in here?
Yeah, he was just in here.
Yeah, Bart. Hey, Bart, I'm calling you out right now, man. Hey, Bart, you lack logic. Okay, I'm calling you out. you need to stop with this absolutisms and actually explore transcendence and immanence beyond atheism and theism. Okay, Darth, if you're in here, I am calling you out.
Wait, is his name Darth or Bart?
Whatever his name is.
It's Bart.
Darth.
It's Bart. Okay.
Wait. I thought you said Darth was in
Yeah,
here.
Darth Dawkins was just in here, but then Bart came out.
Oh, so Bart is not Darth.
You didn't.
No, just go with it. Just go with it.
The
Okay,
other
so that's
day,
who it is now.
dude, Bart. The other
So
day,
now
I
you're
was
Shark
trade-
and Darth Bart?
Yes,
what
I'm
the fuck
both.
are you doing?
I'm taking over everybody's identity.
The other day, he actually had Darth's live for like 10 minutes to himself. It was so funny.
It was not
Oh, that was
funny.
epic. That was
It was
freaking epic.
absurd.
Did you see? You guys see that? Yeah.
Yeah. Darth, if you're in here, you.
I think
have
someone
to-
got it recorded,
The
actually.
reason why you are teaching a God that is not biblical, Darth, because you lack physiological manifestation of self-awareness. So I'm calling you out, brother. I am calling you out
Atheist, where are you from?
from Ghana, Africa.
Yeah, okay. I've been to Ghana.
Can you say that sentence again? I liked it. Did you say he lacks physiological manifestation of self-awareness?
Yes, that's what this guy.
It's a great sentence.
I like that.
I don't quite know what it means, but I like it.
I like when he
I
rolled
don't
the
need
R's his brother. That was cool.
I don't need. I just made
Do
it up.
you, Atheist, do you currently live in Ghana?
Oh no! Currently, I live in America, but I was born in Ghana, Africa.
Yeah.
I was there for like 10 years. And
I've been there.
Seriously, which part? Accra?
A couple of different parts. I'm not comfortable saying because of what my job is.
Oh, dang, that's crazy. So yeah, Kumasi, Pre, Papa, Accra, most people go there. Ah, interesting.
Yeah, I've been to quite a few places in Africa.
So are all of you guys American?
What favorite food?
I'm in Canada.
Oh yay!
Ooh.
What's up?
Wait, Chris, favorite.
You're Canadian too, Milk?
I don't know. Hold on, let me think. What is that stuff? Hold on. What is it called? Hold on, I have a picture of it on my phone, I'm pretty sure. Hold on.
No, you're good. You're good.
But yes, no.
No,
I am
hold on.
Canadian.
It's oh my god. Give me
It's-
hold on, let's think about it.
Does it start with an F? F-U-F-U?
No,
Not fufu? Okay. How about plantain?
No.
Jollof?
Yes.
Yeah, jollof.
That's what it is.
Jollof.
I eat anything though. So look, the only thing I will not eat when I go to places, well, there's a few things. One of them, if you've ever been to the Philippines, they have this thing. It's called a balut.
Ooh.
I won't eat that.
Is
They
it a
can kill
snack?
me. No, it's a fermented egg, like a half-formed embryo in an egg, and it's fermented. It's rotted. Have you ate that, Jester balut?
That's cool.
No. I've seen pictures of it.
What about dinagoan? You eat dinagoan?
No.
That's blood stew.
No.
Sisig.
No. To be
Okay.
fair, I've always
Fucking American
been to,
Filipino. I'm done.
To be fair, I've only ever been
that's
to
right.
like one part of the Philippines. So, like, it's not
I'm
like
done with him. Logic.
much.
Logic. I have a question.
Yeah.
So you like Darth?
I'm fascinated by him. I definitely don't like his style, right? I agree with Atheist Christian that he's a little...
Fascinated.
Yeah, but I'm fascinated with his lines of reasoning. And I see, you know
Do you
what
think
you
they're
know what?
logical?
I'm very about empathizing and steel manning my opposition, right? So although he gets picked on a lot, I kind of want to stick up for the underdog. I want to find the baby in the bathwater.
So you think that his line of thinking is logical?
Well, I'm honestly kind of lost on this term logic overall. I feel like I've heard so many different opinions on it. It's kind of like the word truth or God, but I love modal logic and like possible worlds and contingency and necessity. I get it. I
Well,
just
define logic then. Start with that.
well, my definition, that's what I mean, it seems a lot different than most people's. Mine's just a system of validity. So any system of validity.
No, that's right. That's right. That's reason. I think the literal definition is reasoning, assessed according to straight validity.
Right.
Correct. Study of
Straight
validity.
principles of validity,
system of
something like
validity.
that.
But validity doesn't seem
I
to
could
give
look it
us.
up. It's funny,
Validity
too.
seems to be more of a testament to our own humility and self-awareness than it does to any like truth claim or proposition. But that's again just my own opinion. That's my own opinion on that. Because if I'm able to validate your statement, what I interpret that as is falsifiable. If you're putting forward a statement that's not falsifiable, well, then I can't have a conversation with you, right? Because you're dogmatic. But a logical person, they might believe wholeheartedly in their proposition, but they're at least putting forward a way that it can be falsified or validated. And that's what's necessary for a rational conversation.
Necessary. That's a funny word.
Well, yeah, that's where we go to this idea of like necessity versus contingency and possible worlds and everything. Like modal logic's all about these terms. I don't know if you guys know the name Saul Kripke, but he's a really important person to know, like on these topics and like how he's influenced philosophy.
I hate the word necessary.
But it's crucial because of how we outline like existence of reality. Like, are things just brutally contingent, or are they actually a necessity, right? Like, our language there seems potent. He seems to make some leeway with that language.
I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Necessary.
Yeah, I ran across Kripke actually recently in studying analytic synthetic distinction. I was talking to Kris about this last night. And I think he came up or kind of repopularized analytic a posteriori propositions, meaning those that are dependent on some sort of experience but are still derived analytically from that experience as opposed to with other experiences. But it's
he was
like,
into intuitionistic logic.
yeah.
Like modal logic and then intuitionistic. Yeah.
Yeah, but I believe so. I haven't read too much of Kripke. I think he's also a prominent opponent of identity theory, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you say opponent or proponent?
I think he's an opponent. Again,
No way.
Yeah, I'm not 100% because I was talking to Kay about this regarding brain states and equivalency to mind states, which is essentially identity theory. And then he brought up Saul Kripke's position. I think he said Kripke. Who was discussing the points about pain and imagining pain and how some of these don't seem to necessarily correlate with anything real. And he was referencing Saul Kripke along those lines. So I think Kripke is the one who, like, one of the ones who is, opposed to a reductive physicalist view of the world.
Is that when he
did he
was?
mean by
I think I heard that
pain?
comment. Sorry, Kris, you go.
No, what did you mean by pain? Maybe I don't understand that.
I haven't read him in detail to really be able to reproduce the argument.
It's okay.
Yeah, but it's essentially this position where you're distinguishing between
Mental and physical?
states of pain or imaginings of pain.
Okay, yeah, because pain's all in your head. Okay.
Yeah,
This was the discussion of rigid designators, right, Bart?
I believe so. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
exactly,
which is going to be a difference because that's going to like get into type versus like token identity. Because like rigid designators would only be like an argument against like one type of identity theory, really.
Yeah. So it gets quite hairy too, especially if somebody's not familiar with these terms. And
Is that the one that?
Go ahead, Kris.
No, I think I have it wrong. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been so fucking long.
But
He's like impossible to listen to talk. If you think Jordan Peterson's bad wild, you should listen to Saul Kripke. He's like Jordan Peterson times 100.
Fucking assholes.
oh, really? He kind of just goes off and
He's like borderline autistic. He's like borderline autistic. He's doing hums and haws and like ticking half the time he's talking, bro.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
That'd be interesting to hear. Yeah.
I mean,
He's
it is all the
he's probably cycling through so much in his head, like hence
all the
ums,
comments are like, this is the exact type of mind that would come up with a whole language on its own.
Yeah. it's funny because those people, when they write, they're like, they reveal themselves as so brilliant, but they can't always like speak because they have so much going on, like mentally. Their minds are working too fast. Like,
Yeah, and this is where I get really tripped up on the colloquial use of the word like logic. Like a lot of people in common day discourse get scoffed at and ridiculed for their antisocial aspects, not necessarily for the context of their arguments. And I think someone like Darth Dawkins is somewhat like that. Although I know he has been ridiculed on his actual arguments as well. He's dealt with a lot of people that are savvy enough to handle his articulations, but most of the ones that I've observed, he seems to he's antisocial about it, but he does seem to reason a lot better than his opponents. As again, that's it's hard for me to say publicly. I feel like I'm gonna get shamed for it, but it's just my instinct. It's like, yes, he's antisocial with it. It's like, it's sort of like listening to someone like Saul Kripke, who's you can't really understand what they're saying to a degree. He's doing it through impatience and intolerance, not through like humming and hawing. But I think there's similar degrees there of just maybe social anxiety or sort of like he's kind of lost in his own world of thinking kind of thing.
I think some people have like problem tracking Darth because, and this is just my opinion. I'm speaking on opinion here. He brings in some idiosyncratic terms, but then kind of passes them off as their like common literature like terms in philosophy. That's just my opinion. So
yes, I agree.
Then people aren't like. Then he acts as though they're like stupid for not knowing.
Yeah, or like trolling. It's like, bro, this guy's not trolling. He just actually doesn't know what you're asking him. Like, yeah. No, totally. Whit had a really good conversation with him yesterday. Whit, you actually pretty much took the conversation exactly where, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, but you took the conversation pretty much exactly where I would have gone with it, Whit. Like talking to,
I didn't see you there.
Hello, everyone.
Wait, how? Where's the magic? Because this guy kicked me.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I tried to talk to him a little bit. He wasn't too receptive, so.
But I mean, you drilled the same points I would have, is like sort of about if we were going to try to bring someone to the faith or to Christianity, is this the way to do it? Don't you need to meet them where they're at? And isn't there this requirement for a little more tolerance and empathy rather than just like kicking them out of the room, etc.? Like, I think the method speaks for itself. Someone who's truly rational and has good arguments is probably more patient and tolerant because they're employing the method of, like you said, love and empathy and those kinds of things. It sounds corny, but I actually think there's like links here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, he wants to, we're sort of all on here for, on some level dealing with something personally, so we come on here to deal with that. But I just think, if your goal is to bring people to Christ, like, you can be right, and I'm not sitting here saying that maybe the things he's saying isn't wrong. I probably might largely agree with them, but if you're not exemplifying, grace and the love of Christ, then I just don't feel like anybody's really going to listen to you. So
yes,
that's merely what I was trying to point out. And like, look, I don't do that. I get mad and I get heated and I get frustrated and I say things I shouldn't. So I'm not sitting here saying like I'm above Darth in that regard. I was merely just trying to have a conversation and maybe just nudge him towards consideration, but he didn't really want to hear me out on it. So, whatever.
So wait,
go ahead.
Sorry, you go, Bart.
No, I was going to shift in a more of a discussion on the substance that Darth usually runs, but we can,
that's fine. Yeah.
We can stick to talking about his character and his style, which obviously is off-putting for.
You have a question, Pai-chi, or what?
Yeah, actually, Bart's mode is better. Let's get off Darth's character. Who cares?
Well, whether you're atheist or theist, I am interested in the method of rational empathy, right? It doesn't really matter to me ultimately what your presuppositions are. I value people who can put forward their presuppositions. So that draws me forward to someone like Darth. Yet when, like Wit says, he's unable to employ like the grace relevant to his own theology, it's a bit of a red flag. Now, the same would apply to a teacher teaching math or logic who's impatient with their class, right? If I ask a simple question because I don't understand a derivative lesson or whatever, and with 3 questions in, you're sort of, impatient with me. I see this as the same tension. It's the same sort of tension, and it's not just theists, it's not just atheists. I think we all kind of suffer from it, and that's why I'm intrigued by the true rational method. I think there are methods out there and strategies out there that get us out of this circular thinking, this internal monologue, and gets us outside of ourselves to be able to empathize with, opposing viewpoints.
Well, I do think on just like some level, like the people that I do get along with, even if they don't share my belief or have, hostility towards it, if I can have a conversation and try to meet on some kind of common ground, I prefer talking to those people. And that's just true of even people who do hold to my faith. There are people who, are Christians, and they're just as, hostile maybe towards certain things that I might hold within my faith. So I just think ultimately, like, if you're wanting to have a conversation with somebody about something, the best thing that we could do is try to meet each other where we're at, and to find that common ground and talk to each other in a human way rather than necessarily trying to win such a debate. But that's just sort of how I feel about it, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I am interested in the substance of his argument, Bart, but ultimately we could get off Darth entirely. I'm somewhat apologizing that I even brought him up. I just have been fascinated by him lately because, like I said, I've listened to his videos with Amber Rose and Lawrence Krauss. He has a long history on YouTube if you look him up, and he's been saying the same thing for so long to so many different people. Miss Penguins, no problem. You don't have to come up. I just invited you because I saw you in the chat here. But yeah, we can talk about anything, y'all. Don't feel like you're diva in the conversation. Feel free to take this wherever you want.
Oh yeah,
Logic, I'm going to tell you how sweet you are. You're so sweet, Logic. You're one of my favorite human beings. You have such a beautiful heart.
Man, Kris, thank you. That means so much to me. I'm humbled.
It's
Thank
just
you.
the truth. It's the truth. You're very kind.
It is quite refreshing to see, especially on like TikTok lives. The other day, actually, I was on a live debate. I wasn't even talking, like I wasn't part of it. I was just listening, and then someone called someone narcissistic, and the other person is like, "It's impossible to be narcissistic. I don't have a diagnosis." And then I was explaining how that's not necessarily true, and I got just screamed at by everyone by trying to say that you can be narcissistic without having narcissistic personality disorder, and I just got absolutely destroyed by everyone. They just, not by an argument, they just kept saying, "You're an idiot, you know nothing, you're uneducated." And
See, and that's when I turn around and say, "No, I'm not a narcissist, bitch. I'm a sociopath. Get it right."
Yeah. Like, oh, you want me to list my real diagnosis? I got you, man. I got
Like, you want me to really tell you about my crazy? Let's go. I'll just start making shit up. I swear. I've done that so many times. I'll just start making shit up. I don't give a fuck.
They
Wait,
can't
Milk.
tell me I'm wrong.
Milk,
Yeah?
are you a Christian?
Well, no, I'm not Christian. My family, like,
You're an idiot. You're stupid.
but no, I was born into a very Catholic family. Like, my family itself is very Catholic, but both my parents are extremely strongly atheist. So I'm somewhere kind of in the middle, not between Catholicism, but like I'm more spiritual than actually like structured religious.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wait, so
Like, I
why?
don't believe there's nothing, but I also don't believe that there's what they say there is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Then why would they making you feel bad about narcissism again?
So basically, what had happened is I wasn't part of the conversation. Someone called someone narcissistic. I wasn't either of those people. But then the other person's argument was like, you can't say I'm narcissistic because that's a like mental illness. That's only a disorder. And I'm like, well, not necessarily, because someone can be narcissistic without having narcissistic personality disorder, the same way someone can be anxious without having an anxiety disorder. And they just absolutely lost it. They were not happy about that statement.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah,
It's true.
Crybaby
I know.
bitches,
I
they
even
can't help
brought up
themselves.
like a whole bunch of sources and like even dictionary definitions that stated the like noun and then also the psychiatric definition. I'm like, there's two different things here.
No,
it's not one.
No, you're
can't
right.
help themselves.
Because even in the hospital, I mean, look at those doctors. I mean, being narcissistic just numb to your feelings.
I'm not.
So those doctors, it's true. They are the surgeons. They know that they have even after the surgery, your feelings they are numb to it. They don't have time to entertain whatever questions that you have about the patient that they just did the surgery over. So a lot of time they will have the nurses to play the Jesus, the mediator between the doctor and the family, and
Like
the
the
doctors they'll say all kinds of ridiculous statements, whether it will hurt your feelings or not. Their mind is somewhere in La La Land.
They don't have a mind. What are you talking about?
No, they don't. They don't have a
You're
mind.
presupposing they have a brain.
No, they don't. They don't have a mind. After the surgery, their brain is somewhere in the sky.
It's lobotomized.
I have an interesting story about doctors because I recently just got out of a very bad sickness for like maybe 8 months. I pretty much couldn't eat. I was throwing up everything. Even if I consumed water, I'd puke it up. Like my stomach was not doing good.
That's crazy.
And so I went to the doctor and I got a whole bunch of tests done, like CT scans, ultrasounds, MRI, but then I also had a colonoscopy and an endoscopy. Sorry if this is TMI, but anyways, the doctor who first did it found absolutely nothing and told me sometimes females my age just have problems, but they don't actually exist. And then actually I had to switch doctors because he continued to say there was nothing. And that doctor did the exact same procedure, found that I have multiple hernias, gastritis, and so much inflammation, like my whole entire system. It's because the first doctor already thought that as a woman I was lying, so
you were a
didn't
woman and you were
actually
going to
look.
complain.
So she,
And that's the thing. They do that a lot to women, actually. It ends up killing us.
Oh, yeah. Because there was another person that I know, my teacher's daughter, she actually just did die because for 3 years she had been getting tested for all these things and they found nothing. They actually diagnosed her with Crohn's disease 3 days before she died of breast cancer that they didn't find because they didn't care.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I've already had like 4 mammograms or something like that, and I'm not even 40. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it was just a very like interesting thing to see that this doctor, because of his predispositions to how he felt about who I was not going to give me proper health care. And if now I've been like treated on like medicines, and I've also gone to like a naturopath and I have like supplements that help my digestive system a lot. So I am able to eat now without puking. But it's so crazy that first doctor would have just told me nothing's wrong, go deal with it yourself.
You know, and that's the thing, like these doctors and stuff, it's called practicing medicine for a reason. And if they're sitting there making, you know, they're presupposing someone's something because of their sex or their skin color or what the fuck ever, they could take a lift at Albuquerque and fuck right the hell off.
Yeah, like the point of healthcare is to help people who need healthcare, not assuming they're lying because of their gender or race. Like that makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, just an interesting story and experience that I had with doctors. Not too long ago.
What? Yeah, logic. What do you want to talk about?
My experience with healthcare has been horrible as well, and I have like weird jaded trauma. Yeah, I hate healthcare, but like I appreciate everything they do and everything. And don't get me wrong, but my experience has been horrible as well.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I find that it's even worse when it's about mental health because I also have another story. When I was 13, I lived in a psych ward for a few months. I like stayed there, was out of town, so I got flown in. To get flown in, I actually had to be sedated and strapped down to a bed with absolutely no other pre-existing like issues that would make me violent. I got strapped down into a bed and heavily sedated for a 15-minute plane ride. Anyway, so yeah, I ended up living in there. And when I got there, the nurse, she looked at my SH injuries and said, you hurt so many people by doing that. This is hurting others, not you. And that's really not what you say to a 13-year-old who is currently being transferred into a psych ward. Like, that's not what you say.
Fucking people, man.
When I went to the hospital for my first sewer slide attempt, actually, the doctor said pretty much the same thing, and then also said, like, you shouldn't be doing that, or I'm not going to help you anymore.
What?
He was literally like, I will let you die if you do this again. And I'm like, well, let's pray to God there's more doctors in this building than just you.
Okay, so yeah, when my ex-husband tried to unalive himself, the doctor told me that it wasn't. He said, and I quote, "Your husband's self-unaliving attempt is not my fault or not my problem." And I said, "Oh, really?" And I punched him in the face and broke his nose. And I wiped my hand off on his shirt and I said, "Look, your nose is bleeding, but it's not my problem." And I turned around and walked out.
That is awesome. That's a perfect reaction.
And you know why? So the guy didn't press charges against me either because I was like, I'll go to jail for it. I don't give a fuck. Because he lost his license to practice medicine in the state of New York for killing 2 patients from patient neglect. And the VA can hire doctors who have lost their license to practice medicine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely is like a big issue with like healthcare, specifically surrounding mental health. Like my dad, so he's not my biological father, but he's who I've chosen to be as like my real dad, because my real dad is not a great person. So he had gone in and out of the psych ward a bunch of times, like so many times, but they wouldn't keep him. He was telling them, I need help, I need to stay here, I need more treatment, and they kept kicking him out. They wouldn't let him stay any longer than 3 days. And his most recent one, he went in, and then they kicked him out, and he works as a CPSA officer, so he's allowed to carry a weapon. And his work, fully knowing that he had just gotten out of the psych ward a bunch of times and was really struggling, he had gone through a terrible divorce, they let him keep his weapon. And a year ago, he actually
I'm so sorry.
He ended up murdering his ex-wife and then himself. So he is now deceased because no one decided to pay attention to how much he needed help.
People don't pay attention. Mental health is not valued or incentivized to be taken care of. Hey, Logic, I have a question.
Sorry, and yeah, just one last statement. Because of so many people's need to neglect him, now 2 people have lost their lives.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
They're facing no repercussions.
All right, I have a question, Logic.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we were talking about consciousness and all that stuff in my lab that day?
Yeah.
Instinct, consciousness, rationalization. Okay,
yeah.
So I have a question.
I think sentience was in there too.
Yeah, sentience. What about the brain and the mind? With the soul and the spirit. Do you think the soul and the spirit exist?
Yeah, I do. And I know this distinction between the mind and the brain and the soul. Yeah, there's some difficulty here I haven't maybe worked out fully for myself.
Yeah, but what do you think about it, if you don't mind me asking?
I do think there's a soul. I think that potentially our brain is basically interacting with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we had a brain injury or something, it's as
our
if...
brain's interacting with it, or the mind? Are the mind and the brain the same?
Right, that's the issue. I don't think so. I think that the brain's accessing the consciousness, the mind. I could have a brain that is damaged and it's not very conscious. So there's this it's sort of like a receiver, or like it seems to be receiving consciousness.
So like maybe the brain is the physical of the mind?
Yeah.
Like the conduit for it?
Like receives the mind, receives the consciousness.
Okay. Yeah,
kind of as if it was like an embodiment, like the brain is the embodiment of the conscious.
Right.
Or maybe like the mind is the mental, the brain is the physical.
Yep. Yeah. But some people want to say like the brain and the mind are just synonymous, which is then I
Bart, are
get
the brain and the... I wonder if... Bart, do you think
yeah.
that? I think Bart thinks that.
Oh, sorry, I was out of the app. What's up, Chris?
Oh, never mind. Are the brain and the mind the same thing for you?
I'm sympathetic to identity theory, but there's also non-reductive physicalism, which states, in some sense, that they're not identical. That the mind is an emergent property of
I want to know what you
the
think.
brain. I think I'm more sympathetic to. I honestly, identity theory is hard for me to get past because there's so much inductive evidence that relates brain states to mental states, and we see this effect when somebody has a brain injury that it's translated or reflected in mind states. So it's an attractive proposition to hold that brain states are identical to mental states.
Okay.
So if I had like, a pew pew to my head, I might favor that position, but I'm not convinced. I'm
You're not married to any of them?
I'm not married to it. Yeah. I am also sympathetic to the other popular view, which is non-reductive physicalism, which states that they're not identical, but that the mind is still rooted in physical properties and that emerges from them, but is not identical to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with most of that. It's very hard. It's very tempting and like satisfying to think of. I can't get rid of the identity theory thing either. And yeah, seeing mind and brain as one. The only issue I have is with the example of someone with a brain injury. I would look at that as like not their full selves. So there's something there about their brain and mind not being entirely one, because I'm hoping they recover from the brain injury, or I'm hoping maybe they come out of the coma, those kinds of things. So it seems like a temporary, it's related to the brain, but it's also related, like their soul is still in there. It seems like their personhood and their soul is still in there, whether we can interact with it or not.
It almost
So I
like
think
can't
this-
connect, kind of. Like when there's a brain injury, the mind, like the consciousness can't connect to the brain itself. It's not gone, it just can't be spoken about.
I have a different... I said the soul for me, if I believe in a soul, if I'm going to believe in a soul and you're going to make me define a soul, I would define the soul as the connection from the mind to the heart.
I love that.
Yeah. I think that's a great way to describe it.
And then I would define like the spirit separate from the soul as part of, if I'm going to believe in that, because sometimes y'all want me to believe in shit that I don't fucking know if it's true or not. I would say the spirit is the part that no man can destroy.
Yeah, I like that too. I think our psychology is somewhat made up of like other personalities. So to that degree, I don't know how much our soul, like we label our soul as ours or our individual soul, but there might be a degree of like this maternal consciousness that we're tapping into, just like our parents, our siblings, our ancestors, all of those amalgamating into what we call our soul or our personality. But like there's an interaction there, I think, with like other personalities.
I feel like it's
well, and I
more
also
like
think the spirit part of us is, I think the spirit's part of the responsible for the growth of the person. If we're going to go by that outline and we're going to believe in a soul, a spirit, a mind, and a brain, then I think the spirit's responsible for growth.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah. I think. I don't know. I
What
don't
was
want
that
to
purpose
tell.
about the spirit?
If we're going to go on a dynamic that there's a brain, a mind, a soul, and a spirit, the brain for me, if I'm going to have to go by that outline, would be the physical or the mind. The mind is the mental. The soul would be the connection from the mind to the heart. And the spirit would be the part that a man can't destroy and that is responsible for your growth.
All right. Yeah, there might be
If
some
I'm going to go
overlap
by that
between those
outline,
terms.
I don't necessarily believe that, but
Yeah, I mean those are often terms that are used to describe like the immaterial component of personhood.
yeah, exactly. That's how I would explain it. I don't know. I don't know if it's right or not, but I think that's how I would describe it. If that makes any sense, it probably doesn't.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's hard to interpret. I have to interpret what you're saying just through my own bias, but it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, there's three
Yeah,
components of potential immaterialism that you've identified, and those being the soul, the spirit, and the heart. And
the mind.
I have, and the mind, I guess. So four. And I already have difficulty really understanding what somebody means when they indicate or suggest immaterialism. Not that it's completely incoherent, but to then present that there are four different types of immaterial substances. That's even more of a task to, even more of a shoe to fill, you know?
Well, I guess it could be described by, I don't know. I was having a conversation about this the other day when I couldn't sleep. And the way in which they were wanting me to describe it, that's the best way I could figure out how to describe it. Like the brain is the physical, the mind, the mental, the soul, the connection between the mind and the heart. The spirit's the part that a man can't destroy, and it's the part responsible for your growth. No other man can destroy that but you. That's why you have to break your heart to save your soul, right? That's why we have to break our heart and save our spirit sometimes.
Right.
In my research of Saul Kripke, Bart, I came across another author called Hartree Field, and he asked the question: says mathematics does not have to be true to justify its use in physics. This is a claim to like materialism, and like he goes on to say what a poor justification it would be to use physics to justify math, in the sense that like we can't empirically find math, but it's the foundation of our physics, and so this tension between materialism and knowledge seems to evade us. Like I don't know, right? Because you would I don't know if you're a Platonist or whatever, but you would hold to some utility of mathematics in physics, right? Like in our understanding of the material world, we have these immaterial notions presupposed, I guess.
Yes. And I wouldn't subscribe to like mathematical realism, which is, of course, the idea that numbers and other mathematical concepts actually exist in some abstract realm, or at least in some sense independently of the mind. Though I guess you could have mathematical realism, some soft, relaxed realism that states they're just universals existing only in the mind, similarly to conceptualism. So for me, that's usually like the idea that I favor. Conceptualism is kind of taken as a middle point between Platonism and nominalism.
Okay.
Where you're not necessarily denying the existence of universals, but you are denying that they exist in some independent abstract realm, which is what Platonism says. Instead, you're saying that they're universalized as particulars in the mind, right? So they exist in the mind and not beyond it. But as far as like the utility of math, no question that it's been an incredibly successful model of the reality that we observe, and that alone obviously is a more than a sufficient reason to continue employing it, developing it, whether or not somebody takes on mathematical realism.
Fuck mathematics. Oh my God. You gotta check your Discord, bro, and see that message I sent you. I sent you a screenshot of something.
You talking to me, Kris?
Yeah, check your Discord.
Oh yeah, well, sorry, I'm so bad at checking Discord.
I know you don't.
Yeah,
I know.
I'll check it. I'll check today for sure.
No, you'll just think it's funny, I think, because people are stupid.
For sure. Yeah, no, I'll definitely take a look at it. Sorry about that.
You guys know that?
Don't apologize.
You guys know that in Discord you have built-in wallets that you can exchange crypto, right? In Discord.
Oh,
I don't fuck with Discord really. I fuck with
I don't
Telegram,
fuck
but
with crypto.
I literally just give everybody my fucking phone number if somebody needs it.
I've been sent like $25 over the years
Well,
through
and I
Discord
also
chats and stuff.
what?
Different. Yeah, that can just export to my
See,
wallet. It's crazy.
I also have like all my notifications turned off except for like direct messages, cause like I don't fuck with that shit.
Like Wild, I was part of like
Mm,
mobile game development Discord where I was
mm-hmm,
in with all the devs. There's only a few hundred people in there, but it was early days of the development of the game, and the rewards
mm.
were all crypto. So like over the years, just playing the game and being part of the Discord, like giving devs updates and like my opinion on the game and stuff, I made like over 10 grand over the 2 years
Oh,
playing that game.
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, the
My
game. I
brother
mean, the
used to be
game
a professional
itself.
Halo player.
That's sick. This game
Yeah, it's
itself
fucking
though is
weird.
it's like Pokemon Go. It's like where you walk around in the real world and it's GPS located, but
Oh,
rather
really?
than collecting Pokemon, you
I like
collect
Pokemon.
like cash prizes. So you go around
Mm.
and do like little hunts and stuff, and then get rewarded with crypto. It's a cool game. It's not running anymore, but yeah,
Gotta
it's
catch 'em
cool.
all, Pokemon. Yeah, I like shit like that. I don't know. I think I'm gonna end up. I don't know. I don't know. You're
Wild,
really smart, aren't you, Logic?
Chris and Wild, you guys don't you guys aren't interested in crypto at all, hey?
Nah, not really.
Uh,
It seems off to me. That's just my
okay, yeah.
opinion.
So I'll
Unless
tell
I'm
you.
using it to like gain money, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't like the you leave this a while and then you get like hundreds of grand dollars or whatever, or the scheming meta bullshit is happening. But like if it's just trying to get money and it's sending money, I don't have a problem with it. It's just yeah.
Yeah, okay. Chris, what's your
Honestly,
opinion on it?
Okay. So I had a friend of mine. I have a friend of mine who became a multimillionaire from Bitcoin. They invested like a few $100,000 when it was like less than whatever it was, less than $10 a Bitcoin or whatever, and made millions of dollars off of it. I think that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is only worth the value that we place on it. And I think with the government's trying to regulate everything and stuff like that, I don't know necessarily what I believe. It's not cool. I think that it's a great way in the short term to make money if you know how to invest properly. I am not all about that fucking life. But you know, I used to fuck with the stock market and stuff like that. I had trust and stuff.
Okay. Okay, so you
That I
know a
set
little bit
up to
about like
my
options and stuff.
yeah. Well, because my career and stuff, they teach us how to set up
Sure,
trust and stuff.
sure.
For you know, because you die. I mean, a lot of us die. It's a ridiculous amount of us that go into the career field that I went into that either die overseas or come home and kill ourselves. And so they have us set all those things up, and I had somebody that did all my trades and stuff. So I think that there is some utility to it if you know how to use the market, you know how to read the market, you know how to see trends.
Yeah. Milk, do you have an opinion on crypto?
Um, well, so like I turned 18 like a week ago, so I haven't really had any opportunity to
Happy
like.
birthday.
Oh, thank you. To like invest anything. My grandfather did just pass, so I now have a specific amount of money that because I'm going to university, so once I learn how to use it properly there, I will be able to invest it. Cryptocurrency specifically, I've never really had like a pull to it. It's just never been a particular interest of mine. I see that it, like as Kris said, like there are people who definitely benefit from it, but it's not something I'm fully ready to get into too much.
Sure, sure. And Bart, do you have anything to say about it?
Cryptocurrency?
Yeah, yeah.
I used
What's
to
a
trade.
multi-crypto billionaire?
No, not at all. I wish. Actually, I had a friend from high school. Always wasn't my friend. He was more like a friend of a friend
Shut
who
up.
invested in like probably 12 or 13, and this is, I think right before things really went crazy, and it took off, and he probably
That's
made
what one
a
of my
cool
friends
million
did.
or two, and bought his house.
My friend made hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah. Sometimes you get lucky, and there was quite a few of those folks.
Fucking
Most people
crazy.
who invested, obviously, as the way it goes in these things, probably lost money, but you did have quite a few that made a tremendous amount of money. I played around with it here and there, and it didn't really make anything significant, but had a fun time trading it on some of these platforms.
My grandpa did the stock market and stuff because my grandfather's family was telephone company people way back when it was like Bell Telephone in the South, and then it became like Southern Bell and like all this shit, right? AT&T, Verizon. So my grandpa had like a lot of stocks and made a lot of money off of that. Always told us not to fuck with the stock market.
Oh, you invested in Bell Telephone, and that panned out, or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I'm interested in it is because of crypto and the space in general, is because it got me to question what is money, like what is money in general. I'm not married to the crypto verse, but studying money and what is money, what is the dollar.
I know a
and
preacher if you want to marry the cryptoverse. I do know a preacher.
I'm married to I'm married to it. But yeah, just in general, it got me through financial literacy. It got me curious about finance and economics, and ultimately I've learned a lot because of my interest in crypto. There's another part here, which is that ultimately I think what the space is a big experiment on democracy and capitalism. It's a big experiment on different policies. I think we're emerging into a new age where our money systems are failing us and we need to innovate new systems. And these are all basically a race to invent the new, better system of money.
Better system.
Because we need a good system. Ideally, if our money system worked better, maybe we wouldn't have people like hoarding their wealth in real estate. They would hold it in, business investments, or maybe we'd have a little more wealth redistribution and equality, those kinds of things, if our money system actually represented us. And the consensual ability to like opt into the banking system you want is probably the most attractive quality of the crypto space that I find. Like with banking in Canada, I only have a few options. There's like 3 things I can do, right? But if once I go into crypto land, there's all these other opportunities and options, and like optionality is a testament to freedom. Like the more options I have, I think the more I can empower myself with risk taking or playing it safe or however I want to express myself. But those options are at least available to me. And if they're not mandatory, if I can opt into them, then I can reap the benefits. Like we talked about this earlier about like, imagine a homeless, like a solution to homelessness that also incentivize people to make money off that, right? Like if you could invest your money into fixing homelessness and get a return, maybe that's actually the best system, because people would not only be incentivized to invest in that problem, but also get their own reward from it. And those are the kinds of opt-in systems that I see working in like crypto land.
I think Take Me Out wants up probably. Okay, there he is. Okay.
My issue is NFTs and the metaverse.
Okay. Well, with NFTs, the thing I've learned is the difference between cardinality and ordinality. It taught me a math lesson learning about NFTs. I don't know if these terms mean anything to you guys, but cardinality and ordinality is just a way to differentiate natural numbers. There's a difference between the order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And the difference between their value, what 1 represents as 1 and 2 represents 2, versus their actual order in place with one another. And NFTs just leverages ordinality rather than cardinality. That's all it actually does mathematically. We think it's like a system for art and pointless JPEGs, but actually it's leveraging mathematics to bank better.
More specifically, I mean, it's like a person can try to sell a picture, but if a person look it up on Google, they can see that picture. So
Yes,
don't
because you
know.
don't understand what the picture's tethered to. It's tethered to, imagine, right, the first US dollar ever printed. And I have it. It's worth a lot of money. Now, is it worth $1? No, it's worth a lot of money because it's an old dollar. And that's what's happening with NFTs. It's not the JPEG that's worth the money, it's the blockchain that they're tethered to. You can there's literally a project on Bitcoin, an Ordinals project, where they've bought up the original minted Bitcoin going back to like day one. And you can see on the blockchain those specific coins, your Bitcoin that you hold in your wallet is not just any Bitcoin, it's those specific coins that were minted back in the day, therefore giving them more theoretical value on the market because they're like a rarer Bitcoin than the Bitcoins being minted right now. And that's why
I hate crypto so much, man, to be honest. Like, I
Me
fucking
too,
hate
yeah.
crypto.
what we should really hate is the
Let
dollar.
him take me out.
You should hate.
Oh.
Okay.
Are we
but
just
the
gonna
thing
be mean today?
The thing is, what's the point on selling a picture that's already available for everyone, right?
What's the point of what?
What's the point of selling a picture through Bitcoin if that picture is already available to everyone? If you look at it on Google,
It's the same as what I'm trying to say here with like the dollar. If I gave you a $20 bill, right, and you think that's worth the same as a $20 bill that was made way back in the day, a rare $20 bill, then you don't know the value of what you're holding. Yes, they're valued the same in the market as just a direct exchange. They're both worth $20
Silver
face value.
certificates.
But you're not looking at the historical value. And that's so when you say the JPEG, it's not about the picture wild. It's about the fact that the picture is tethered to a specific ordinal on the blockchain.
But if
So I have
get
like
what I wanted,
I have the first coin made in the U.S., like the first one ever. I have like one of every coin made in the U.S. and that one, it's like 10 cents, right, or something like that, something crazy. It's worth a lot of money, like a shit ton.
Right.
But but if I went to trade it at the bank, they give me like 10 cents for it or whatever it's worth.
Right.
but okay, but I don't think that's analogous because the JPEG is the product.
No, you think that, but the reason you think you can just get the picture on anywhere, you're right about that. The actual photo you can get anywhere. What you can't get is this tether to the blockchain, and that's
Why
what
should I bother with the blockchain?
Wait,
Because the devil
That's
told
where
you
the
to.
value is.
yeah, because that's where the value is.
But
Can
it's
you
clearly
explain for me?
a different value if I find it for free.
Yeah, so
But if I think it's free by searching up Google, then there's no point with me joining the
right,
blockchain.
look, because typically if you own something, you have the exclusive access to it. So what does it mean to be an owner of like a digital file if everyone can just use the same picture? Like, what does this even mean?
Because
Exactly my point.
the digital file
I'm
is
done.
not the only thing you own. You don't just own the JPEG, which everyone has access to. You also
Next thing we're gonna
own
be talking about owning women. Just wait.
it's you actually own your like position, your real estate position on the blockchain. Now, certain blockchains aren't worth anything, so your skepticism is good. You to be skeptical of the value of JPEGs is fine. If you want to understand why certain JPEGs are worth so much as they are, you would have to do the research and understand why, right? You're not understanding the full picture if just a JPEG is worth that much money, right? Certain ones. You have to do your research, and what I'm telling you is part of it. If you go into the community, like one of the biggest, I'm telling you, the biggest project on blockchain is a troll art project. So the people who are making money understand what you guys are saying. Okay, so the whole art project is pictures of Bitcoiners looking like idiots. That's what the NFTs are. It's making fun of Bitcoiners, and that is the most valuable project on the Bitcoin network. Now, why is it so valuable? Because of what I said. It's tethered to the original minted coins. It has nothing to do with the artwork, obviously. It's a double whammy of meta trolling that like the people holding the most valuable tokens are making fun of themselves on the network. They're fully aware of the JPEG ridiculousness. What they are trolling is the ordinality. People don't understand the ordinality and the value of the ordinality. It's very, very valuable.
Isn't that a red flag? Like, doesn't that speak for itself if the most valuable type of NFT is like a meme? Doesn't that just show you that the whole thing is non-serious?
What it speaks to a degree, yes, man. But what it speaks to is the ridiculousness of our banking system, not of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is an emergent phenomenon because of the system we're currently in. And this is where it gets really interesting to me, because you know that there are currencies, cryptocurrencies out there that are modeled after our fiat currencies. And they perform really horribly, right? Like the ones other than like a few stable coins, like the like Dogecoin is basically a national currency. Dogecoin operates, its protocols are pretty identical to like like a Venezuela. And that's the experiment.
God, not Venezuela, stop.
Well, that's when they create the protocol of Dogecoin. That's the troll. It's like, we're gonna reincorporate this these policies and these protocols that don't work, and you're gonna watch how it works. We're gonna have this inflated supply, a circulating supply of trillions, and then you can see the economics play out. But then when you limit the supply and you have a whole different model, like a deflationary model, you see the different economics play out. So there's just all this whole spectrum of banking possibilities is competing in the crypto market. You should broaden your horizon and not only think in terms of fiat currencies like Canadian dollars and US dollars, because you're just limiting your scope of how many other policies and protocols are out there.
Here's the thing, right? Like any real currency you have is it's given its power because it's backed by like a government, right? That actually has tangible assets and has a certain credit quality. When we have these like made up digital coins, there's nothing that intrinsically gives it value, and there's nothing that is backing this currency as being valuable. Furthermore, typically with investments, you have the price appreciation that's expected to occur, but you also have cash flow. And these coins as an investment, they have no cash flow. They're 100% the speculation of the price, which again is not backed by anything that's real. So
yes, you're making great points, man. Your point about like our dollar being backed, quote unquote, by the government is I sympathize with it. I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah,
Hey,
they have.
I'm gonna drop. Sorry
Sure,
to
Bart.
interrupt.
No,
Thanks
no,
for having
sorry.
me on. I might be back
Peace.
on if you're still streaming. Thanks for having me on, Chris.
Yeah,
Always
man.
a pleasure.
Yeah,
Wild,
it's okay if you're too scared to engage. That's fine.
bro. If I have to go, but if I stayed on, I would cook you like a goose.
He always has to go. Yeah.
Have a good day, Bart.
Much
see you
love,
guys.
Bart.
Yeah, I love you
Much
guys.
love.
I also gotta go, but thank you for having me as well. See you guys later.
Milk, anytime.
It's good to see you.
I do follow you, so I get notified when you're on live. I'll come join again.
Followed you, Milk, by the way.
I just followed you too. Hell yeah.
Okay, see you guys.
So yeah, like when I think about the history of the dollar, it takes me through some interesting points you made. Like the US dollar used to be backed by gold. It used to be tethered to gold. Eventually it left, I think it was in the 70s or 80s, it was untethered from gold and it became fiat currency. But nonetheless, you're right to say that it's still tethered to like the general assets that are being held and equities that are being held by, the nation.
The quality of the government,
Yeah. And so now we get into some geopolitics here, because the dollar is the method through which, like you said, we're measuring prices. And speculating on price is a difficult way to generalize about the value of the dollar. I don't know if I made sense there, but things like the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, are often used as an indicator for like something like inflation. What it does is it just baskets a bunch of commodities, like industry commodities, real estate, to produce like a generalized price equilibrium. But like you said, this is somewhat speculative because we're using a unit, which is the dollar, which isn't tethered to anything other than the assets themselves. So it's a circular project to try to value the value of the dollar using something like the Consumer Price Index, because the prices aren't really reflective of any true value statement. Like
I don't think that's true. There is like a true value distinction to be made. Like if I have Canadian dollars, that's backed by a certain level of like education that people in Canada receive, a certain level of quality of life, corruption indices, all these things. And if you compare that to like a dollar or a currency of a developing country, you're going to have large differences in terms of the reliability of the government, levels of corruption, levels of education, levels of the structure of their financial system. and all of these things. Yeah. And then that's why you're going to have relative differences between the purchasing power of the two currencies. So it's not that it's not backed by anything. It's very much backed by something.
You're okay. And now you're right. You're absolutely, dude, this is a great conversation. And where I'm going with this is one of the main things it's backed, quote unquote, backed by isn't just the equities and assets of the, or natural resources of the nation, but more importantly, the actual fiscal policies governing the circulating supply of the currency itself. And so, right, and like you're saying, when we go to a country that's more inflated, more corrupt, we view a povertous, economy struck with poverty and what's the word? Scarcity. And so these policies dictating how we produce the supply of money is going to translate into the price signals, right? We need it's like this. If I'm going to build a house with you and we could choose inches or centimeters to build the house, doesn't matter whether we use the metric system or the imperial system, either one works. But if every day the value of an inch changed, now all of a sudden neither of the systems work. The metric systems work because of the consistency of the unit. And
for sure.
And in dollars, that consistency isn't there. That's why we view things like quote unquote inflation. The price jolt that we see in the economy could be a result of scarcity in the supply, but it also could just be a result of inflation, this more supply of the currency being produced, therefore devaluing each unit of currency.
Sure. I mean, I don't think it's fair to say that the government is that the dollar isn't stable. Governments try to control the money supply and their monetary policy to keep inflation to a manageable level, to have some but not too much. Looking at a dollar, maybe it's going to change year over year, 2 to 3%. That's probably the inflation target set by the government. If you compare that to a lot of these coins, right? I mean, from 1 year, excuse me, they might have 30% up or down. I mean, that's hyperinflationary.
So wait. This is the exact conversation I want to have. Are you saying that inflation is measured by the price of the coin or the supply of the coin?
It's a function of both, but technically the price.
Okay, I disagree. I say it's just supply. I was trying to steelman your point earlier about how prices have basically nothing to say about inflation, because although yes, we are saying that inflation is a result of lowering the buying power of our dollar, the only way to actually measure it would be by looking at the supply of the dollar. If the volatility of the price, right, actually says nothing about the dollar and how much supply of the dollar has been produced, because, and this is my point, bro, Bitcoin is deflationary. So the supply is actually decreasing and the price is going up. That's a testament to how could you say that inflation is causing the price to go up, right? Unless you're agreeing that because we're measuring it in dollars, that the dollar is being rapidly inflated thousands of percent next to Bitcoin, you have no way to measure inflation. Inflation literally is because the supply of Bitcoin is being limited. You have to understand that. And then the price is going up. So by definition, Bitcoin is deflationary. The supply is going down. So how can it be that the price is skyrocketing?
Yeah, so this is a bit of gymnastics here. So, I mean, this isn't really a correct analysis. So inflation is measured by the change in price over time. It's not measured by the change in supply, right? And
change in value, change in buying power, right? Not price, buying power of the dollar.
In the price.
Okay, let's just clarify this. We could say the price of cars is inflated today, right? But that doesn't say anything about the dollar. That's a different claim to say the dollar is inflated. So just to make that distinction, right? The price of chocolate bars could be inflated today, but we're not claiming that dollars are inflated just because prices of chocolate bars go up.
That's exactly what we're claiming. I mean, if we just Google right now and we say what's inflation, it's going to be basically price increase and value staying the same.
So my problem
it's a change in price.
Right. So, but my problem with this is then how would we ever calculate inflation? Because we'd have to take into consideration all the volatile prices of all the commodities across the entire market and any flux in that. This goes to my point about using inches or centimeters to build a house. if we're going to build a house together, which would be policy-driven strategies for governing a nation's banking strategy, we would want to be able to measure inflation using a unit that is actually cohesive. And so I don't see a cohesive way under your standard. Like if I had to take into consideration the fluctuation of every price, not only that, to match that, any shop holder could theoretically put the price to anything. So it's speculating on price, really, right? Price, because a house could sit for 5 years at a really high price and never sell. So what does the price of the house really tell us about the market?
Yeah, I mean, you've already explained how we can calculate inflation, right? Like you take a basket of goods and you can call that CPI, and then you can just say for like, you know, the typical thing someone would buy in a month to survive, right? How did that compare from last year to this year? And, you know, you put the same things and you recalculate their prices, and then maybe they're, you know, 2%, the cost of living is 2% higher than it was a year before. And then you're like, okay, well, you know, buying the same stuff this year is 2% more than it was last year. So inflation is 2%. Yeah, exactly.
And I'm saying I have a problem with that. I'm saying that general metric for calculating inflation, I disagree with, just to be clear. I know that because of what I said about how, like, I think if I were to calculate inflation, I think it's, sorry, my phone is about to die here, but thousands of percent. I think if I were to calculate inflation, according to my calculations over the last 10 years, it's like thousands of percent, not just like 2-3%. So depending on how we calculate it, right, using the CPI, I don't think is a good metric based on basically what I explained earlier, like fluctuating prices of things. It's a circular argument because you're using the dollar to measure the price. So
look, so at its very simplest form, what's wrong with saying, hey, listen, you know, the typical cost of living for me in a month this year, right? Maybe it's $2,000 based on my average rent, average groceries, etc., right? And then, you know, a year later, maybe it goes up from 2,000 to 2,050. And then I say that difference is inflation. That difference is how much more it costs me to live a year later. What's wrong with that math?
There's no real problem with the math you just calculated. The implications of the math are what I'm concerned with. So I would say that that's implying that the price of those goods have fluctuated. The price of housing has fluctuated. That could be due to supply and demand. That could be due to tons of different factors. It could be due to inflation of the dollar, right? It could be due to tons of different factors why that price is fluctuating. But now we have to ask the question. So I'm fine with the CPI reflecting the general consumer price index of general prices. The problem I have with that is then inferring that says something about inflation, because inflation is the question, what is the price of the dollar? And we can't use the dollar to measure that. We can't use the dollar against itself to measure. Another way of measuring inflation, here's another metric that's often used, is
really quickly before we go into another metric. What's wrong with doing that? What's wrong with saying I have American dollars, this is how much it costs me to live. Next year, for the same stuff, it costs me more. It's a direct comparison.
There's nothing really wrong with it. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just it's going to provide different math. It's going to provide different outcomes. Like another metric that's used is Dixie, DXY. And what that is it compares, this is another metric to measure inflation. And what it does is it just compares the US dollar against a basket of other currencies. So rather than using the CPI, which is the index of the National Consumer Price Index, right? We're going to compare the dollar against other dollars. So it's just a basket of other 8 top currencies in the world. That's another way of measuring general inflation, right? Would you agree with that?
It's the first time I hear with that. I mean, that would probably accidentally take into account, you know, the cost of living changing in multiple countries at the same time. But I guess that would work too.
Right, because it would, you're right, but I guess what it's trying to compare is the
global measure of inflation, perhaps.
Right, and more about the policies governing the fiscal policies rather than because what I'm trying to say is like the consumer products could have their own supply and demand issues that aren't generally reflected of the actual stability of the currency. Like in Sweden, maybe a certain alcohol beverage is a really luxury commodity just because supply chains don't get it there often. Does that mean that's right? Does that mean that the Sweden has like a stable currency? No, it's a direct implication of the supply demand of that specific commodity. So interestingly, comparing the currency against other fiscal policies rather than commodities gets us a little bit more about how these policies are comparing against each other rather than the commodities pairing against each other.
For sure, but I really don't like crypto, man. I mean, I invested in it a few years ago, and I didn't know what to buy, so I thought, hey, it's probably safe if I just get the coins with the largest market cap, so I don't get any scams or anything like that. And the fourth, I forget the name, maybe it's Sol something. It was a few years ago, but it was the fourth, other than the stable coins, it had the fourth largest market cap out of all of these cryptocurrencies, and it turned out to be a rug pull. So I'm thinking, like, Jesus Christ, the fourth largest crypto coin was a complete scam, and the price went absolutely to zero. And again, I don't think there's enough that really says that one cryptocurrency is going to be preferred to others. We really don't know in a few years which ones are going to be around and which ones wouldn't. It's too speculative. It's not tangible enough.
Well, yeah. So again,
I think it was called Luna. Luna, yep. The first Luna. Yep.
Yeah, I know Luna. Yeah, and I watched it go to zero too. Yeah. So there's a bunch I could say here. First of all, I just want to drill home. I appreciate this conversation, dog.
Yeah, dude. Yes, sir.
You're really on point with these topics, and I love the back and forth. Also, I want to say, like, I'm learning about these topics as well. So yeah, this is me I'm trying not to talk at you. I'm trying to like learn as I go here. I agree.
What happens when someone smarter than Bart comes in for a discussion?
I also want to say this is the biggest point. Your skepticism is great. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You being skeptical actually makes you a prime candidate, from my perspective, to love crypto, because it's full of skeptics. It's full of people who don't trust, who want to manage their own risk, and who want to self-custody. So you're on it with your skepticism, and I don't want to dishearten that. I like all your questions.
Yeah, man. I mean,
like you being skeptical.
Real talk, if I was going to invest in crypto, I'd be putting my money towards creating a rug pull. That's all I would be willing to do.
And I mean, a lot of people are doing that, and there's money in scams, and whether it's in crypto or other spaces, right? The black market in our general economy has tons of these scams going on too. The internet and crypto is just offering more opportunities for scams as much as it is for good things. But when I look at examples like Nigeria going into heavy inflation, corruption and theft and crime, and then stabilizing through crypto, like a small community in Nigeria adopting banking for themselves and not relying on the government banking, and that then stabilizing the economy, stabilizing crime and corruption. Those kinds of case studies, for me, I find really like idealistic and utopian. I love that idea that while inflation is happening and these people on the other side of the world are suffering from poverty, they leap to an international banking system that's consensual and then find their way out of scarcity through independence, enshrining themselves independently, and quote unquote lifting themselves up by their bootstraps. Like that's where I think these protocols have actual applications. Also, the problem of energy, like distributing energy, is going to be an aspect of distributing wealth. People hate big monopolizing corporations controlling our energy sectors, and decentralizing the energy sector through something like crypto really empowers, like, again, a small village in Uganda that just has like a waterfall or a solar panel or something like that. They can actually contribute to the network of energy and support a global, incentivize themselves, globally, which is cool. I just like where this tech is kind of going. I think there's lots of applications of it. And most importantly, this is like the last thing I'll ramble about, is my curiosity. If I'm going to try to find a community of people to talk to about this kind of stuff, crypto seems like the best community. I've learned, dude, so much from embracing it. Not just putting my own money in, but more importantly, just asking my own questions and listening to podcasts and finding the community. It's a great medium for just learning more than anything.
Just be careful, man. I mean, typically we see that regulated markets are ones where people are wealthier, people are safer, and I wish all the best to these poor people, but An unregulated market is very unsafe for them. Yeah, and additionally, energy companies frequently have monopolies, but this is one of the few examples of when monopolies are actually good. Regulated monopolies by the government. Having one provider in that market typically helps keep prices down and makes it more financially efficient overall, even though there's a lack of competition. So that's actually a very common example of a good monopoly. You have an energy company, and then the government will just set in and regulate the price so that the energy company is not permitted to price gouge.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of those like Keynesian approaches to economics, but I also am sympathetic to it. I'm skeptical just like you, I guess, towards your, I'm skeptical all around. If a regulator told me they were going to help, adjust the price ceiling of energy, I would be skeptical. I'd be like, are you really in it for your own money? Nonetheless, I'm sympathetic to those ideologies. Like, it sounds great for, a regulator to help govern the price. I just, in the practical applications, I'm skeptical. It seems like it never really works out that way. It seems
I think it's a pretty good system. You have typically one provider of energy. You have a different agency. You have the government that's going to regulate them. And all of these details are going to be published online. They're going to be public, and they're going to have to be transparent. The only alternative would be that, I guess you're going to have more of a free market system. You're going to have multiple people try to provide energy, but businesses won't enter into the market because their upfront costs are going to be too high just to have a smaller share of the market for energy. So, yeah, governments do this all the time. They do it with energy companies. They do it with transit systems. They may only have one transit system for a particular city. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why this interest in tech and like bringing down the cost of being your own energy sector is interesting to me. Like, if that cost can come down and you can mine Bitcoin, and that be a sufficient model for a small industry in your village, like that seems like a reasonable redistribution of wealth and energy. But I agree with you that generally, and I don't know if this is more of a capitalist idea or a socialist idea, but this idea of like apologizing for monopolies, I've heard it multiple times. I'm sort of on board with it. I think there might be room for monopolies too, which is but usually people aren't really willing to defend that. Hey, like that's most people are allergic to that idea.
Well, most people just don't know that that's how it works because people are so used to hearing that monopolies are bad all the time. They just think of it in
Right.
absolute terms, but they don't realize that they live in a city, and every developed country in the world has cities where maybe there's just one transit system. There's one subway
Yes.
train, right? So people don't know this stuff.
And another application of this would be like the monopoly on violence. Like, ideally, we would have a governing body that monopolizes violence. We don't want small individual partakers of something like violence. We want an overarching regulator that limits most individuals to partake in that. Right.
Yeah, not to derail, but I just because I was talking to Jester about NFTs in the comment section, and I was curious. Logic, have you made any minted any NFTs?
Yeah, I tried to do my own project. The application I saw, Pai-chi, was trying to give people like let's say I have a bunch of consumers, right? My customers, and I want to track and get I want to not just through an email list, but I want to like retain my customer retention. And one of the methods I want to do is I want to do a giveaway draw every month, and I want my customers to be able to be part of that draw, but I need a way to keep all that in one system. And so NFTs were a good way for me to do that little experiment. With every purchase, I gave them a little NFT to their wallet. This allowed me to have everyone's wallet in a database, and then I was able to throw that into like a giveaway, and directly, whether they were part of that giveaway or not, I just sent them the prize right to their wallet. So they would have woke up the next day, and if they checked the wallet, they would have seen they could have seen a little dollar amount, they could have seen a little like discount amount for my store, or just a little like sticker or like show a little image just to say thank you. So those are kind of cool applications of the tech that I tried out. but that's very humble method. Like the one I was talking with Wild was this crazy idea of ordinality, which kind of just rarefies anything on the blockchain that could be, yes, you could create an image, a JPEG with it, but really the price, right, of these JPEGs that are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's not because of the art, it's because of their tether to a real estate position on the blockchain. That's what makes them so valuable.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure he understood that, in fact, when you just screenshot a JPEG, that is not an NFT.
Oh God, yeah.
Like I was like trying to, because I've only done a couple. I did a set it and forget it. I just wanted to go through the experience, see how much it cost. I like it wasn't that much money, and I didn't even market it. I just wanted to throw it out there just to do it just one time. You know, I wasn't like putting any, just to see what the process was. That's all I did. But like, it's encrypted. Like it's not like you don't get the same thing from literally just having the image. Like it, like you said, it's
you get it.
Yeah, it's tethered to the crypto. Like, and you could see that like literally in the file. Like you wouldn't even get the same file.
Yeah, see, that's why I kind of used it for the customer giveaway, because I was directly tethered to their wallet. If I had an email list or I had an Instagram pages, I would have to like get them to contact me if I wanted to give them a prize. This direct tether on the blockchain actually gave me, and this is again a humble use application of the tech, but it gave me direct privileges to their wallet to be able to reward them with things in my shop or whatever. I didn't even have to ask them permission. It's this whole nother access to a community and like giving back to the community, which I found really cool. Without that tether, without the blockchain, without the network, then none of the images would have value. I would just be like sending them over email or whatever. It'd be a lot less efficient and a lot less valuable. The coolest thing too, Pai-chi, is that amongst my customers, and obviously I don't have that many customers, so this hasn't really happened yet, but theoretically they could trade amongst themselves, right? Like if one of them had 2 tickets to the raffle, he could send another friend a free ticket, and now a new customer who hasn't even shopped at my shop has a ticket to the raffle because he just gifted, maybe he's sitting on 10 raffle tickets and he just gifts his friends a couple. Like that's really cool too.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main lesson I learned is this difference in math of ordinality and cardinality. I don't know if you really care to go into that, but like when I learned about the ordinals project on NFT, like the NFT project called Ordinals on the blockchain, it's the most poppin' project, and it's all troll art making fun of Bitcoiners. But each piece is worth like 300 grand. And at the first, it was distributed to a bunch of friends' wallets, and basically that guy just got all his homies rich by just like distributing those ordinals. And what those ordinals are is it's a collection of the original minted Bitcoin. So it's like the first Bitcoin ever minted, divided into ordinals, like I think 10,000 ordinals. And so literally you can look back on the history of those ordinals, which is why it's worth so much money. It's obviously not the art.
Yeah. And now like there's like multiple ordinal projects, right? Like it's not just like one. Like it's not like one person behind that project, is it?
No, I don't. Well, this is where it gets weird because this specific one,
or one source, I should say, because it wouldn't be just one person, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, and there are other ordinals project. There are other ones.
Okay,
This one's called something ordinals. I forget it exactly, but it's what's crazy is apparently I live right next to the dudes. I live in Vancouver, and they're like the Lee Side crew of skateboarders apparently that are all hella rich from this project, which I've never met any of them. Or like. It's like the barrier cult dudes apparently. And I'm like, when I was doing this history, I'm just like, hey, what is even happening? Like there's skaters in Vancouver that started this ordinal project. Somehow one of them got their hands on the original Bitcoin. Like, he must be in it. Like, I don't know how he must be in the tech industry or something. How would he even know about that? And then he built this project, distributed to his friends, and now they're all hella rich. Like, dude, the coolest story.
Yeah.
And it's funny how all the artwork is just making fun of Bitcoiners. It's all a troll. Like it's like it'll be like a little character with like a Bitcoin tattoo across his face and like holding a Bitcoin flag, or like just the most ridiculous shit making fun of people who are obsessed with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Man, you should generate an image. Like, do you take pictures of every image you do on the Etch and Sketch?
Well, I make them permanent. They're permanent.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're permanent.
They don't go anywhere.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
How do you? So would you like glue the little knobs after you're done, or like how do you make sure that doesn't shift?
I empty them. So like I cut them open and I take out the excess powder.
So if I shake it, it will just stay the same.
Yeah, it won't erase. Yeah.
Cool, man. That is sick. And then you sell those. Like, do people buy those off? That's a sick new thing.
Yeah, I sell the whole unit. Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, that's fire. I've seen your art, man. It's like so impressive. I cannot imagine trying to do it on one of those Etch and Sketch things. Like, holy shit.
Definitely took a while.
Now is it just like better than drawing? Like, are you more expressive on that thing than you are with a pencil?
Honestly, at this point,
draw a straight line on an Etch a Sketch. So
yeah, I mean, I draw as well, and my background, like my academic background is in the discipline of like printmaking. I don't know if you're familiar with. Actually, you might be a little familiar with printmaking because you're in that.
Yeah.
You're in the
I've tried to
skateboard
do my own
culture.
shirts.
Yeah, exactly. So you would know the screen print. Yeah, that's not really what I did. I didn't do screen printing. I did a different discipline. But the general idea of printmaking is just, anytime you have a substrate, and then you make multiples from that substrate, that's going to be printmaking. And so I did etching, like on metal, like. That was like my main thing, like copper etchings, and then you make like a print off that. So like, but drawing is my main base. But yeah, all this is to say that at this point, yeah, honestly, I do kind of feel like almost more expressive on the Etch a Sketch. The only thing is, it's just like some aspects of it fighting against what I can make it do and what it does naturally. It's like not always like a direct one-to-one reward. Like it's like you really got to like be mindful of how much time you're sinking into it, because it's like you could essentially just do a drawing in some cases, like,
but now you're talking real artists, because that's any medium. Like you're talking some real philosophy now.
Yeah, that's exactly. You get into like the process versus the product, and there's something like cool about like the hoops you have, at least for me, like how I interpret it is like there's something interesting about the hoops I have to go through to get what would be considered like easily done with like a pen or whatever. But it's like, nah, I didn't have to go through that with a pen, and that's where the value is, like in that like sort of like maniacal mad scientist, like like triviality, like to
are you saying like you're embracing the limitation of it to express it? Yeah,
embracing the limitation and embracing the like. So like for instance, like to make just a simple dark like jet black line on an Etch a Sketch that's thicker, like with a pen I could just get a wider pen, right? But with an Etch a Sketch, I literally have to like go over it over and over and scrape the powder off over and over and over and over to make just one thick line. Which to some people think, they think that's like a certain sense of trivial to do that, and it's like futile when you could just get that product like really simply. But like that's what I embrace about it, is that madness that you would go through just to get the magic in the end, like, whoa, this is done on this,
That layering is what produces the impressive image. Like if people were to neglect that, then they wouldn't see the differentiation in lines, and the image wouldn't pop the same. The
medium is the magic itself rather than the image, right? Like it's like the medium itself rather than the content is like where the value lies in it, like a drawing, it's like people are looking at like the content, but like with the Etch a Sketch, it's like about the toy itself, like the fact that you did it on the toy, like
that was my next question. Is like, how did you even get to this? What drew you to the toy? Like,
it was just around when I was a kid and I was able to draw with it, And
Okay,
then
so it's been a forever thing, kind of.
yeah, and then like when I was like making work with it in school, they hated it. So naturally, my personality is to like I'm a very like spiteful person.
Dude, ODD, you know what that is? Oppositional defiant
Yeah,
disorder.
yeah.
I have it, bro. I swear.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have quite. Yeah, I know what it is. I just didn't recognize that.
Like if
Yeah.
someone gives me a rule, I'm gonna, even if I feel like it's a sensible rule, I have everything in me trying to break it, kind of.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
especially when I went to grad school, they hated it, and like so then I came out of grad school and I was like, this is all I'm gonna make.
You're like, okay, I'm not only doing this, I'm doing this full time.
Yeah,
That's so
exactly.
sick though. Dude, now it's sick though, man. That's
Just
actually
'cause-
sick.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Kris?
Hey, how are you? What's your thought experiment?
We can talk about anything, man. Your mic is hella muted, but you're hard to hear. But yeah, we can talk about anything, bro.
You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little muffled, but yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can get a slightly better reception. Maybe it is because of my headphones. Sometimes change headphones.
If you screw up Pai-chi, so how does that work? You can't screw up, can you?
Okay, how is this? Is it better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, like you kind of have to like manipulate your screw ups. That's kind of built into the language of like learning how to use it. So like
That's crazy.
You have to be in real control of like your limitations, and like there's certain things I just won't attempt. Like I had a commission offer, like I can't remember when it was, a few months ago, and he showed me the image, and right away I was just like, nope. I told him, I was like, nah,
Right.
can't do it. Like it literally can't be done like on the Etch a Sketch. Like I had just certain properties that wouldn't have been able to pull off, and he was a little upset, but I was just like, dude, like I know the like limitations of this. Like I know what it's capable of. So yeah, so you have to always keep that in mind, because there's certain hurdles that you'll just never get over with it, versus like, pen and paper, it's like seemingly like endless,
Yeah.
or paint or something that you can just paint over and just like keep reworking. Etch a Sketch isn't like that. So you kind of have to keep in mind your end goal and like know what you can allow for and what you can't. Yeah. That's why I prefer organic things though, like drawing organic things on it, which is odd because its movement is like axis based, like straight angles, like naturally, until you move both knobs. But I prefer the like organic stuff on it, because then I can kind of like fudge it and say it's like natural.
It doesn't have to be perfect.
It doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. I'm drawing
Very
a building
interesting.
right now, and it's like my nemesis. Like I'm drawing a building at an angle, and it's like killing me. I'm like, I've gotten like very little, like I haven't gotten very far on it in like way too much time.
Yeah, which that is crazy, because like intuitively you'd think something like 3-point perspective would be one of the easier things to do on the Etch and Sketch, because you're saying it's like it's just linear. But
Yeah.
then you're deemed to
Straightforward.
this sense of perfection that's just impossible.
Yeah, if you had a forward-facing building or something, like you were just looking straight at it at one point, and you were just drawing it straight up and down, it would be the easiest thing. But like any architecture at an angle, is
Do you
the hardest.
do you know like 3-point perspective?
Yeah, I can do a little bit. I'm not the best with I'm not like the best at like super complex perspective, but I can do it. 3-point is probably about my limit. I've never done anything with like more than that. I know people
Even just 2-point perspective though, with it, like, would you put a ruler on top of the Etch and Sketch and like try to follow it that way?
yeah. So
Yeah.
I draw it on the toy itself. Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, 3-point is my limit though. I know people that like by hand anyway do like four or 5-point perspective.
I know.
And I know someone that does 6-point perspective. They draw on a globe.
crazy. That's insane.
Yeah. Like, I can't do shit like that. So, but
My
yeah,
my dad's an art teacher, and I didn't really get the gift from him, but he just anytime he's sitting down, he's just drawing stuff, and it's the same. Like he could really draw from any perspective he wants, and I'm just always amazed by it. I can't even draw like a stick figure, really. But
yeah,
crazy.
I really have to flex my brain for that kind. I really like admire people. Yeah, it sounds like your dad. I admire people like that can do that like a little bit more naturally because, like I said, I can do it, but I really have to flex my brain to do it. Like, more like pattern and detail is what comes to me naturally. Like I can do that stuff without even thinking about it, but perspective's a little bit harder for me. Always has been.
Yeah, I struggle with it too. Looks just boxy and unnatural. Like embracing, but people can express themselves through that. It's so cool. Like even just art in general, it's very, very empowering. You know, I was always saying that the arts, the liberal arts, and like the hard STEM sciences, like separating them in school, I think does such disservice to kids.
Yeah,
I think you kind of need both, right?
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately now with like, I mean, I can't speak to what it's like in Canada, but in the States, they've like done this like movement to call it like STEAM, you know, like integrating art into the other things. But really what it's honestly kind of an insult because it's like, they're essentially saying like you can get rid of art and then integrate an artistic approach into the other things. Right. You know,
totally. It's bullshit.
Yeah, which honestly is like more of an insult than an embrace of art.
Absolutely.
It's denying what art can do on its own, right? It's saying like, oh, we're going to use like quote unquote creativity as a catalyst, like to advance these other subjects instead of like acknowledging the strengths it has on its own, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, like the link I always draw is between music and math. Like any understanding I have of math comes from my love of music. If I had to be drilled home any math, I hated it. But I can interpret abstract thinking because of pattern recognition in music, and I love music. It's an easy way to like think about patterns and ratios and things. But when you don't have the time to just enjoy the music, if I were to be taught music through the lens of math, I would have hated it. There's no way I would have liked it.
Yeah, and it gets rid of like the other aspects of music. Like I don't think people realize how fundamental expression is. Like they forget how fundamental expression is. Like when in your like darkest times, you're gonna be doing something like tapping on something or humming something, or like it's literally like what your brain does.
Whoa.
I think in lyrics.
What's that?
I think in music lyrics.
Yeah,
I can find a song for literally everything. My brain's musically inclined.
And it's not superfluous. That's the thing, is like people try to act like it's like superfluous, but it's not. Like that's why there's like cave drawings. Like those weren't superfluous times, right?
By superfluous, you mean like there's some sort of credential, or you need to have some sort of do you know music theory? Do you know how to tune a guitar? Like there's some sort of level to it that you.
I mean like superfluous meaning like excess. So like people think that art is like like once everything else is met, then like art.
That's kind of what I meant. Yeah. That's kind of what I meant. It's
okay,
like before you can play real guitar, you have to learn the chords. That kind of mentality where it's like there's not really, in order to participate in music, there isn't really a threshold. Just hum or dance or whatever you feel, whatever comes out. It's self-expression. There's not really, there's not a prerequisite to it, and the prerequisite is what causes this like toxicity with like. A high, the snobbiness of musicians who don't want to jam together because that kind of thing. It's like, just chill and let's just have a little fun. Have you ever tried being on the mic? Like, you don't always got to be on the guitar, bro. Maybe pick up the bass once, try the drums a bit, like, chill. Like that aspect of like, so like what my mind's going to here is like, when you said self-expression, I think about people who listen to music all the time, but never hum or express or dance. It's like you're so uptight. You just listen to music. Hey, you're not a musician. It's like, bro, just tap along or dance or do something. Allow yourself to self-express. Don't use music as a consumptive tool. Produce some music too.
But they will be, like I guess I think like they are, even if they don't realize. Yeah, they might not be making it as a product, but what I mean is like they're gonna like it's gonna be, even if it's a refuge, it has some sort of utility. You know what I mean? Like
For sure. No, yeah, for sure.
it's-
For sure, dude. Yeah, for sure.
yeah. To deny that utility is just ridiculous because like it's I could point it out to like people like I mean it's like I spent years like studying the crap, so I could point it out to people on so many base levels, but it's like what's the point like when people only think about it versus like in respect to like the end product, like making money or whatever, it's like I don't even like to talk to people about it half the time because that's how people view it, like by measure of like success, like the end product or whatever. Like
Yeah, that's what I mean about like if you're too self-conscious to dance, you're too self-conscious, right? You're too in your head, and like so you're worried about the other people judging you or the outcome of it rather than just letting the music kind of take you. And that is the very thing limiting your self-expression. Ironically.
yeah. How are you doing today, Kris?
Yeah, Kris, you've been super patient. You want to say something? Well, if you want to come back up, you can, but I don't know. I'm a bad mod. I don't know how to host these lives. Do I kick people or do I not? I don't know.
Yeah, like I've only done a couple like lives where I actually invited people up, but I had a similar approach. It was just kind of like talk about stuff and then just like let her roll, like just like woo, wide open.
Yeah, I mean sometimes I'm interested in a topic, but every time I've tried to like harness a topic, it just seems to get combative. People get so obsessed with it. It's a lot more loose. Just let people have kind of their own take on things. It's interesting too. This is why I call myself the logic troll. It's funny how there's like, it seems to me that these discussions online always end up in the same place usually. Like there's 3 or 4 generally topics that just, no matter what your take is, people either end up talking about like what is logic, what is truth, what is evidence. Like these kinds of questions just seem so repetitive no matter what the topic. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
Yeah, they're redundant. And they never end. It's cyclical. Everybody gets fucking pissed.
It feels like it's a projection because like people haven't found these answers for themselves, so they project it into other conversations. Like it's so trippy.
Yeah, and people get so fucking mad about stupid fucking shit, and it's like it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's I know. Yeah, I agree. Like like my thing is like if you can't like air ideas out in this space, like without like losing your mind, then like how are you gonna like integrate these like ideas like into like real world applications,
Word. Yeah, that's a really good point. Whoa.
That's why I don't like go too hard, and like I only come up on like usually smaller panels, and the moment I get talked over I leave, and like just like
that's the worst. The talking over thing's the worst.
That was funny, Kris. When I was on Kris Logic. I was on Chris's like panel, like I don't know, a couple weeks ago or a week or so ago. Someone wanted to speak to me about astrology charts because they could tell that I was like a skeptic, yeah, that was about as feisty as I ever like really get on a panel. And I still don't think I was that bad, but we were definitely butting heads.
Astrology, oh god.
What'd you say, Kris?
I actually really enjoyed it.
yeah. It was fun. I think we just like fundamentally were like kind of like at a different, like that lady, and I don't remember their name. I think we were just like at a different pace. Like we were kind of like speaking past each other. So I don't even think like the offense that we were taking to one another was even real. I think we were just like misunderstanding each other, which happens sometimes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
I am pedantic, though. I will.
I am absolutely super skeptical of astrology and such.
I am too. Yeah.
But the most intriguing argument I've heard is that the moon charts, you can actually chart the moon cycles and compare them to like price signals in the market. And
yes, you can.
when you line it up to the price of Bitcoin, like if you would have just
it
traded
lines up perfectly.
Bro, if you just trade with the moons, it's literally like the best trading signal. Like none of the other metrics even work, even relatively
It's crazy,
to the moons.
isn't it?
So it so blows my mind because I don't know what to take from that. Like I do not know what to take from that.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
What do we take from that? I don't know. What the hell does that mean? Like I don't believe. I know that any technical analysis is like limited in its scope of prediction, but like. How is the moon so arbitrary? How is that the dictate like one of the main indicators? It's insane.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy, isn't it?
Makes no sense to my logical brain.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the kinds of things though that I start getting like weirdly spiritual because I don't know, is there something fundamental to the boom and bust cycles and astrology and all that, something that I'm neglecting? I don't know. Maybe there is a bigger pattern, or maybe we're finding patterns in just natural randomness. That could be too. But I mean, like, why it seems like all of our math, like you can apply so many mathematical standards to prediction of price, and yet the moon charts are one of the best standards. Like, I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
It's super interesting to me.
Hey, Logic, I saw you drumming on one of your videos or on a story or something. Are you a drummer?
Yeah. Like my dad owns a small like drum business.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Drums are always like, I grew up with a drummer that was really good, and like I was never able to drum, so I was always like just really kind of jealous of people that could drum. It's like
it's another.
Could fucking play the drums. I could not. Oh God, I like that.
What'd you say, Chris?
Yeah, what'd you say, Chris? It muffled a bit.
Oh, my ex-husband could play the fucking drums really fucking well, but I couldn't to save my goddamn life. My daughter could. My daughter's a good drummer.
That's it. Something I've neglected as well. Like my parents are so talented, and I've neglected a lot of their gifts. I try to uphold them, but like again, my dad kills it on the drums. He's like 73, kills it still, but I try to keep up with it. But it's again the self-expression thing, Pai-chi. It's just a good again like I don't know, rhythms in you, and just like there's some basic patterns that allow you to self-express. Once you get those basic patterns down, you can like do a lot.
Yeah,
jumping's not as hard as you think.
I think my problem is like I'm the kind of person that like I don't really attempt very many things that I can't get some level of like what I consider like maybe not mastery, but like pretty intense like proficiency with, right?
Yeah, like all or nothing kind of.
Yeah, I'm kind of an all or nothing person, and so like I knew how much time, because drums don't come naturally to me. I knew how much time I'd have to sink in to be as good as I would want to be. So I was just like, I'll just let the people that are good at it do it.
No, totally. I feel that way like about a lot of things. That's why I feel like I've neglected it, because it was just kind of a gift that ever since day one I've had drumsticks in my hand. So I am naturally okay at it, but I've totally neglected it. Like I don't practice at all because I'm so all or nothing. I have so many other things going on. But yeah, once in a while to get back to it. I mean, I try to hit the pad a little bit every day, but like I pay for a studio. I have a full studio with a kit and everything set up. I haven't been doing it in like 5 months. Pay for it every month. Yeah. I'm so bad at it. Yeah. It's just
it didn't help too. I don't know what kind of music you listen to, but like if you're familiar with like the more technical side of like metal or whatever, the guy that I grew up with, he did all the like Meshuggah, the band Meshuggah, all these like weird foot patterns and
I was gonna say like double bass, crazy double bass foot patterns.
And he was always really good at that. So it was like it was not only that like I have someone near me that like was good. It was that they were like so good, and I was like, ugh, I'll never be able to do that.
Yeah. The independence of your appendages is definitely the most impressive part of drumming. Like being able to get one foot doing one thing and then another arm doing one thing, like that. Being able to have that independence of all your appendages, that's the most impressive part for sure.
Yeah, that's the hardest part for me. I was never able to do that. Like, I'm sure I could do like a really, really basic like boom bap, like sort of like hip hop like beat or something, with minimal fills. I'm sure I could like teach myself to do stuff like that. But like the full like independence of the limbs and all that stuff, no way.
It's insane. It's so impressive. The other thing is like my dad's always into rudimental drumming, like learning your rudiments. So just practicing on a pad and just knowing all the rudiments, all the math basically. And like for me, it's crazy how the pattern, like when a person watches drumming that doesn't understand it, they see it as very like broken up, I suppose, like as if the arms and legs are doing several different things. But really, it's always stemming from this basics of just like left and right going back and forth and like accenting or like adding in a little bit extra. But there's a continuous element that's worked into it. It's not just it's not so like sporadic. Like people when they sit down, they become like a person who doesn't drum. They become very sporadic. They just try to hit everything all at once.
Right.
They don't see the continuity. Like even if you're to sit with a pad, it's like literally just try to go left, right, left, right, left, right. Like just singles back and forth with your hands. Don't get fancy. Just try to keep that consistent and calm and work that into a song. Like that alone is just like the basics of it. And then working into like accenting and stuff. Like you don't have to just hitting it a little harder. You don't have to break up the rhythm of left, right, left, right. You can keep doing that the whole way through and just hit a little harder on certain notes or a little softer. And all of a sudden the rhythm becomes like pretty nuanced and, diverse, without even going off of the pattern of like left right signatures.
Yeah. Hey man, well I got a jet. I gotta go pick up some stuff, but thanks for having me up. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the conversation, Pai-chi. We'll talk again, brother. Peace, Chi.
I hope you're doing well, Logic. You are one of the kindest people on this app, by the way.
You're too kind to me. Why are you flattering me, Kris? Thank you.
I'm honest. I'm just honest.
You are.
Because I watched you and I see the way that you interact with people, and I truly appreciate you for that, because a lot of people are not as genuine or as kind as you are.
To a degree, there's an aspect, obviously, that I'm flattered and I appreciate. There's another part of this where the bar is so low, hey? That's what makes me sick to my stomach. How is the bar so low these days?
Because we are a society of instant gratification and unfortunately a society of participation trophies, and we've completely devalued the individual.
Yeah, this hedonistic approach, getting something. Yeah, you're so right. Like how could conversation degrade into such selfishness and such egoism? Like, it's for me. This is why, again, the term logic troll. It seems so irrational. Like, how does it get to such a point of irrationality? So many smart things are said from such an irrational standpoint.
Yeah, for such irrational people, right? So many brilliant minds say the craziest shit. You don't have to mute, Logic. You're not loud or anything.
Okay. Sometimes I kind of am. But I agree. It's like the smartest people, I have them in the room. They're all intelligent, and then they're hurling idiocracy at each other.
Yes, I know. Oh my God, the smartest minds, right? Like these brilliant minds, like that we talk to every day, saying the craziest shit to one another. And then like the ones that sit here and fight with each other that we all love, and we're like, what the fuck are y'all doing arguing with each other like this? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. And how a problem's going to be solved, that's the thing. Everyone, this virtue signaling aspect, like everyone's so quick to leap to their own opinions, and then when it comes to compromising, like a reflection is in a relationship, it's like trying to compromise with your partner is never going to be easy. And this isn't something to, I'm not even talking to your personal situation, I'm just saying in anyone's situation. And the level of compromise you're going to be willing to go to is going to be the solution. I mean, how are you going to completely neglect and disregard that responsibility?
They do it daily, don't they? I think we see on this app the lack of fortitude and the lack of passion. And I think that's reflective in the way that we treat personal relationships and intimate partnerships. Is reflective. Sad.
Yeah. I have hope. I do think I have hope, but
I have hope too. What is that quote? There's a quote. It says, "Hope is the worst of all evils, for it prolongs man's torment."
Oh, wow. That's deep.
Yeah.
Never heard that.
You haven't? I think Nietzsche said it.
Yeah, it sounds like a Nietzsche quote. How do you feel about Nietzsche?
I love Nietzsche. He's my favorite. As psychotic as that is.
No, I have a lot of friends that are side with him as well.
And the reason he's my favorite is he actually lived by what he said. Someone in his family was raped by a guy, and the police wouldn't do anything about it. So he did it himself. He literally lived by what he spoke. And that's why I have respect for him. You know, because a lot of these philosophers run their mouths and don't actually preach and live the same.
Yeah, for sure. I even suffer from that somewhat. I try not
We
to
all
preach.
do. We all do.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily. Look, we are all flawed. Have you ever met a perfect man or woman?
No, I agree. We're all flawed.
Mm-hmm. Like, there are people on the app that I'm absolutely crazy about, right? Bart is well, everybody knows Bart's definitely one of them. But the thing is, like, just because I'm crazy about you. I'm crazy about, I love Jester. Jester's just the sweetest pie, and so is Coco. But we're all flawed. All of us. Like,
Totally.
There's no perfect person, no matter how much we adore someone. They're not going to be perfect.
Yeah. That's why I think leading with our ignorance is kind of the key. Like, maybe one of the reasons I come across as authentic and genuine is because I'm not willing to show my blemishes. My blemishes are something I kind of like lead with. I accept the criticism, and then we can move on from it to a degree.
Yeah. I'll tell you how fucked up I am. I have nothing to hide in that regard, I'll tell you my flaws. I'll tell you my strengths and my weaknesses, and I'll splay myself open, and you can decide whether or not to stick a sword in.
Yeah, it's funny because it's an invitation to stick the sword in, but at the moment you do, don't. It's like I'm inviting you because I know my tactics. The moment you do, I'm on the defensive, and I know how to block that shit because I've invited you. I'm anticipating the you can't get me from behind or from the back because I'm inviting you to this place. I'm exposing my vulnerability, but then I have a rock hard shield. Yeah, okay. My girlfriend's behind me, and the phallic nature of that sentence. Okay.
Oh no, she's gonna stab you from behind. Run. She's gonna stab you. Women are crafty now. Here she comes with a knife right between the ribs. Tisk tisk tisk. I bet we could write a story about that. Here she came between the ribs from behind. He was on a TikTok live. The scream was deafening.
I wonder if any murder mysteries have happened on TikTok, while someone's live. There has to be some of that shit.
There has to, isn't there? Oh my god, now that we're thinking about it. We should write a TikTok murder mystery.
Yeah, that would be actually pretty sick.
With all of our friends in it. A philosophical TikTok murder mystery.
It should be between all the friends that never show themselves. Like it should be like Crook and Bart and like all the people that we don't know what they look like. You,
Oh
like,
my
create,
god, that'd be funny as hell. Hold on. Okay.
like I feel
All
like
right, hold on. I got
could
a pen
create.
in here. I swear to God, it's fucking on.
Like
It's turning
imagine
the
a
fuck on.
conversation, a cartoon of Crook and Bart talking to each other, but like our images of what we think they look like, and
In
what
Dark
that
Matter?
Yes, yes.
Oh my god. Okay, ready. And who else? Who else do we not know? Breezy? We don't know what Breezy looks like. Okay.
See, the thing is I don't know a lot, but they could have shown them their faces at sometimes. But like even most people,
We
I
don't know
don't
them.
really know.
Yeah. No, Bart doesn't show his face. I know what. Well, anyway, I know what Bart looks like. But y'all don't. Nobody else does. I don't think.
What about like Wit too? Like she has her photos, but she's never on video. Like
Oh, I've seen her on video.
okay,
I've seen
okay.
Wit
See,
on
there's a
video.
lot of people that I just don't know who goes live.
Well,
Okay.
but we don't come on video for hardly anyone though. She only came on video for me because I was cussing her out, and she wanted to cuss me out, looking me in the face. Me and Whit were yelling at each other yesterday. You missed it.
I don't know if I caught that. I think I missed that.
Yeah, you did. We were in my live screaming at each other at the top of our lungs.
For real, for real.
Yeah, all the men in the box were quiet. Me and Whit were screaming like banshees over each other.
You're cool now, though. Are you guys are cool? That's just what you do.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, we scream at each other constantly. But you know, and then one of those guys started talking to her stupid, and I said, "Who the fuck do you think you are, dude? Just because I was screaming at this bitch, don't mean you can."
Yeah.
I think that's literally what I told him. Just because I was screaming at this bitch does not mean that you're allowed to. Thank you, though. Because like I don't know, Whit and I have a very unusual connection with each other. Whit doesn't like to be alone with me. Because I can read her like a book, and she doesn't like that.
Yeah, I was impressed with how she engaged with Darth Dawkins. I don't know if you saw that conversation.
Oh, it pissed me off. I had to leave. I was like, I cannot watch her suck up to this bitch.
Oh God, yeah.
I don't like him, and I know you do. I don't.
No, I don't like his style. Trust me. He represents everything I don't like, but then when I listen to his arguments, it's hard for me not to see the validity of them.
And I could see his arguments, right? However, the approach is so repulsive for me.
Me too.
That anything he gained by being intelligent, he lost by being a dick.
Totally, and I feel like that's like, in a way, that's like the quintessential TikTok personality. It's like the epitome of what we were talking about people saying smart stuff in a horrible way.
All right, I'll tell you something. So nobody knows this really. You know, there's some big Phil Bro creators on here, right?
Sure.
So about 2 years ago, I started watching two of them that are together quite a bit. I hated the way they were treating people. I listened, and I found some, and I watched them for about 5 months, 4 months, something like that. And I found some holes in some of their arguments. Now, mind you, at this point, everyone thought I was dumb on TikTok. So I got in the box one day with them, and I let it go on for about 20 or 30 minutes. And then I asked a question, and one of them started to answer, got 3/4 of the way through, his mouth dropped open, and he realized that he was contradicting what he had just said and what the other guy had said, and he dropped out of the box. The other one finished answering and then realized he contradicted the one who had just left and that he made no sense at all. And I asked another question and he blocked me. I made $600 in coins that day.
No way.
Yep.
Yeah, TikTok rewards that. That's sick. That's sick.
And I didn't yell. I didn't raise my voice. I had just watched them long enough to know their arguments and to find the holes in them. And because I take notes, I think you know that. I take notes on everything. So I took notes and I studied them and I knew exactly where their holes were. They still, today, even today, if they see me go into their live, they'll block me.
Yeah, I'm curious who it is. I wonder if I'd even know them.
Oh, yeah, y'all know them. Everybody in the philosophy community knows them. Yeah, they debate a lot of philosophy and, I guess, maybe politics occasionally. Huh.
Good for you, though. That's sick. That's honestly awesome.
I can't stand arrogance like that.
Oh, I know. I know, me too.
That type of arrogance is dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And so the confidence that goes along with it is so, like,
toxic and manipulative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Logic, I have a question. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Do you dream in color when you dream?
Sometimes, yes, definitely.
Sometimes? Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I've been wondering that about people because some people don't. Like at all.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like
could you
sometimes
imagine?
I'd say there's like more color than shape sometimes, or like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's hard to pick up. Like I can't pick out a shape without a color, really.
Right. Yeah, me neither.
Right.
Okay. How about this one? Okay. What is the one thing you would change about yourself? Or is there anything?
Yeah, probably. I have a few things, but I would smoke less. I smoke too much, for sure.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm pretty dependent on tobacco.
You know Major Flowers? Do you know Major Flowers?
No.
No. Okay, I don't know if you know. Yeah, you don't know anybody who answered that one. Okay, what about this one? Let's see. What is the most adventurous thing you've ever done?
Oh my God. I can't. The first thing that comes to mind is going to Vietnam for a month with my bike.
Oh, wow.
And just like living in the jungle. All I had was a hammock. I bought a motorcycle and then drove it into the jungle with my friends.
Oh my God. Did you really?
And I strapped I had my BMX strapped to the motorcycle. So I had my pedal bike and I bought a motorcycle, and that's just how I was getting around. It was sick. It was definitely sick. And I did a bunch of I filmed the whole video of it. If you search on YouTube World East Vietnam, you can watch the video of it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a weird one. Is lying ever ethical?
Not if you're not if you don't. This is so weird. Not if you're not aware of it. Like if you lie intentionally, that could be okay. That could be ethical. But if you start lying to yourself, no. There's never a time where lying to yourself is ethical. I'll say that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. This is a weird one. If you could pick a celebrity best friend, who would be your best friend?
Oh, it's so funny, the first names that come into my mind. I just have to answer instinctively. I can't think about it too long. But my first name that literally came to mind was Justin Bieber. Isn't that funny?
Oh my God.
I want to save him. I want to save him and be like, yo, it's okay, bro.
Fever, yo.
Yeah, just come to the skate park and just chill. One. Yeah.
All right. Would you rather be late somewhere or early?
Early, for sure.
It depends for me. If it's a family thing, I'm going to be late as fuck.
No, that's what I'm getting. See, no. I show up early and leave early. See what I'm saying? The earlier I show up, the earlier I get
show up
there.
where there's only 5 minutes left, and then I'm gone.
Okay. I show up and I bring something. You know, I'm like, oh, where is everyone? And then I'm like, oh, I gotta go. I'm sorry, and I leave my little thing, and then I'm out. people are like, oh, it's so nice for him to stop by, and they're eating the cake or whatever.
And then they're happy.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, that's so cheating. All right, sunrise or sunset?
Sunset.
Okay.
What about you?
Sunrise, because, and this is why, those nights that you stay up all night talking to someone and you don't even realize that the
True.
time has passed and the sun's coming up.
That's
Those are
so
the best
true, but I
nights.
always feel kind of, that is lovely, but I always feel kind of like gross when that starts happening. Like when by the time the sun comes up, I'm like, fuck, we need to go to bed. Like, oh god.
Yeah, but all that happened before that is beautiful.
Yeah, that's true. No, I can appreciate that for sure.
And it's very rare to find someone that you can spend all night with like that and not want to fucking gouge your eyes out.
For sure.
If you were famous, what would it be for?
Big difference between what I want it to be for and what it would actually be for. Trying to reconcile those right now.
Okay.
I mean, that I think it would be for. I don't. Like I think it'll be for popularizing logic.
Hmm.
I don't know if that's. Yeah, it's weird because like I kind of want that too, but then there's part of me that doesn't want that. But like, if I were to get famous for anything, I think it is that. It's like I'm communicative enough that I think I can get through dense ideas. You know, I'm personable and empathetic enough that I'm good at getting through a complex idea. And I think I can understand a
Absolutely.
complex idea enough to dumb it down.
Absolutely, I think so too. Okay, would you rather burn to death or freeze?
No, I thought of this one too. I think freeze. What about you?
Yeah. I think freeze. However, it would depend on how I would burn because you can pass out from smoke inhalation first.
True. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one, eh? What would you be famous for?
Being a whistleblower.
Oh, I could see that. I
Yeah,
could
it
definitely
might
see
come to
that.
fruition here soon. Yeah, I'll end up in prison, but I'll have to find a good attorney.
Why? It's because of strict.
Yeah, work.
But like you, what is it called? Like if you
Non-disclosure
whistleblow,
agreements.
right. So if you whistleblow, you're breaking contract with that.
Yeah.
But is there a safe way if you have a good lawyer, there should be safe ways to do that, right?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Yeah.
We might find out. I don't know. I'm hoping that my name will never get out there if I do it, but we'll see. If reincarnation was real, would you choose to come back here?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I think I'm a partial believer in like somewhat reincarnation. Are you?
I think we can choose to come back here if we want to.
I think our personalities linger. Like I think I'm an amalgamation of my ancestors.
Yeah. I think I am. I think I'm a bunch of things, and I think that I've lived quite a few lives, and that you know, I think that maybe this time I'll get it right, and I won't have to come back.
Won't have to come back. Would it be a better place to go?
I don't know. This
Yeah,
one's just
like
exhausting.
I think you know, if I were to go somewhere that was perfect, I've talked about this before. If I was in heaven, would I even know it? Because is part of our intellectual process dealing with problems. Like even if we were in the most perfect environment, wouldn't we also find problems to solve because our very nature is to intellectualize and problem solve. And so I don't know if I think maybe our awareness is preserved through the sort of like the hallucination of pain and those kinds of things.
Yeah, I agree with that completely.
So maybe we want to stray away from our problems and stuff and the problems of the world, but maybe our sanity kind of relies on a bit of that,
I think it does, to be honest with you. I think we need
Right.
it to be imperfect.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you an introvert or an extrovert or both?
I think I'm more of an introvert, but I can be an extrovert. Like when I'm in a social setting, I'm not anxious, but I prefer to be on my own.
I'm an introvert,
Yeah. Hey. Like, do you get social anxiety?
big time.
Oh
I'm very
no, really?
insecure. Yeah, I'm very insecure. People don't know that. I'm like super duper insecure.
Yeah, you seem confident. Like you don't seem insecure.
Yeah, I wish I was. So thank you for that. It makes me feel good. Okay. If you could watch one historical event completely invisible, what you gonna watch?
No, there's so many, but I suppose like, oh man, my answer's so dark, but I guess the crucifixion.
Mm,
Like I
that's
want
a
to
good one.
know, yeah, but or the resurrection. Like, but if that didn't happen, then like any time with dinosaurs would be pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, that's a good one.
What would
Shit,
you What
yeah,
would you choose?
dinosaurs. Um, the creation of Adam and Eve, if that's real.
Ooh, right.
That way I would
Yeah, like
know.
yeah, like or like you see that also as a metaphor of just like like through evolution, just kind of the moment
Yeah.
we like came out of the jungle type thing. Like,
Yep.
yeah, that'd be
Either one.
very interesting. Yeah.
Yep. So, what is your favorite non-physical thing about yourself?
My mind. If we don't want to say that's physical, then. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like yeah, I think the reason I like being by myself is because I'm comfortable with myself. Like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, in my old age, without my athleticism and all that, I will still be able
Mm-hmm.
to take solace in my mind. I think.
Yeah, I
What about
understand
you?
that. Definitely my intellect
Right.
and my
Yeah.
compassion.
Right. They go hand in hand, don't they?
I think they do.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they totally do. I think people go insane that are incompassionate. I think sanity is marked by compassion and
Mm-hmm.
humility and those kinds of things. Literally.
Absolutely. Jim said today. Jim told me his personality and critical thinking skills.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. Who else has answered this that you might know? New Age debates, but you don't know him. Beyond Human. Do you know Beyond Human?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, he said his ability to adapt, but that's about it. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. Would the world be better off without religion?
No, I don't think
I agree
so,
with that.
unfortunately. Oh,
I
that's good.
completely agree. Yeah.
Again, I view science and logic as an extension of religion.
Absolutely.
Right. I don't think
Yeah.
we'd have these things without religion. As much as
Yeah,
I don't
not
like
to
to
the degree we
admit it.
do. I don't like to admit it either, and don't tell the fucking Philbros that.
Yeah.
Because they will lose their fucking minds, yo.
I know.
I told them one day, I said, all determinists are really just astrologists.
Ha. Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
said, because,
J Mike literally says that intelligence is dependent on like a third phase star or whatever.
yeah, there you go.
Right.
I could see him cussing us both out for that. Couldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so not what is your favorite color, but what color is your personality?
Green.
Green.
Yeah. What's yours?
Indigo.
Oh, wow, that's specific.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely indigo. What is your favorite comedy movie?
I'd have to think about that one for a while. I don't know.
Yeah. Jim said Deadpool.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. Who else has answered this? Special. Nobody special.
One of them is definitely Idiocracy.
Oh, good.
Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, it's been a while though.
It's really good.
Yeah, it is.
Anything with
Yeah,
Eddie Murphy, anything with Eddie Murphy is really good.
Eddie Murphy's fucking funny, isn't he?
Yeah, Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's one of my favorites. I love him.
Oh yeah, Jim Carrey's a hoot. Jim Carrey's an abso-fucking-lute hoot. Okay, no, not that one.
Do you ever watch Kill Tony?
Never seen that.
Never heard of it?
Uh-uh.
Oh, so many things. First of all, if you have social anxiety, this is the show for you, because what it is, it's a live comedy show. You gotta watch it. You have to watch it, Kris. It's a live comedy show, but anyone can sign up for it, and you only get a minute. And they have like famous people come up and do the judging. And you get the mic for a minute, and basically everyone flops, because imagine you just getting the mic and having to go up and do a comedy skit in front of everyone, and then the judges like roast them. It's so good. It's like the epitome of comedy, in my opinion. It's hilarious.
That sounds funny. Okay, how about this one? If you could be a god from any religion, which one would you be?
Yeah, I guess a Christian god.
Okay, that's what, who said that? That's what, Bart said that. Kayj said none. Jim said Christian God
Kayj,
too.
you just wouldn't be. Kayj has the opportunity to be any god he wants, and he chooses none.
Yep.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, tell me one god that's not a slave to some duty or responsibility.
So you just want to be like set free of responsibility and duties entirely.
Yep.
The
Kayj is a fucking
ultimate
trip, ain't he?
The ultimate hedonistic cage.
Here you
It's
go,
funny how
little-
your word's
okay.
cage. That is a cage. The hedonism is a cage, brother.
Well, I don't want to be Poseidon and be a slave to the seas. I don't want to be Ra and be a slave to the sun. I don't want to be Yahweh and be a slave to the Jewish people. I don't want to be any of these things.
That's
All right,
fair.
here you
That's
go.
fair.
This is a hard question. Supposing and assuming that the right thing and the good thing are not the same, would you rather do the right thing or the good thing?
Yeah, I'm a moral skeptic, so this answer is easy. I'd rather
You choose right.
I'd rather do the right thing. Yeah.
I choose good. That's funny. But they're synonymous, so invalid question.
So in this case, they're not, actually.
I'd say
I
they're not
refuse.
synonymous. Well, I mean,
refuse.
I can promise you they are not always, trust me. When I laid out a scenario to Bart yesterday, Bart said he would rather do neither.
Well, I'll tell you, the left ain't ever good, so I'll tell you that much.
Oh my goodness, you funny.
Just kidding. No, I think the right and the good could be. There's a distinction there, I suppose, but
Could definitely be separate.
it's hard for me to see
Bart
it though.
yesterday, when I told Bart a scenario, he was like, I'm not doing either one. I was like, okay then, fine. That's fine. Whatever.
So what's the like reverse of this? What's the antonym of what you just said? If you had to choose between right and good, then it would be wrong and bad.
Yes. Or
So
wrong
what
and
would-
evil, actually.
And so Kayj would choose wrong
The right thing.
over
Yeah. Or
evil.
the bad evil.
Shoot,
Yeah,
and
evil.
I'm stuck
And you
with
would
evil.
choose.
Oh,
And you would
that's
choose-
not
yeah,
a good
well.
position. That is not a good position for me to be in. Oh
Okay.
no.
Well, okay, here's a better question. How about this? What is the best thing that happened to you in the last 12 months?
This is easy for me.
Get it,
What
Kayj.
happened? Yeah, let's hear it, Kayj.
Well, considering my daughter's three months and 2 weeks old now, so I think that's
Ah.
For sure, bro. I didn't realize you're a dad, man. What?
yeah. I don't
Congrats,
talk about it on this
Kayj.
app because I don't talk about it because I went from, well, at the time I was debating pro-life and pro-choice. That's why I started debating almost a year ago, was because my wife got pregnant and I was like having this internal conflict of like, fuck, I'm
So
gonna
you
be a
started
dad.
recording. Yep.
And then I
I did it.
realized,
You're such a great dad.
yeah, I just dropped my daughter off at a fucking birthday party because she wants to, whatever. My wife has this weird thing about doing every experience to the fullest, even though I'm pretty sure none of us remember 3 months old. My task is to keep her alive.
It's
But yet, my wife's task is to make her happy, and this is a very odd thing to me.
It's gonna work. All right, Logic. Best thing to happen to you in the last 12 months.
Recently I've been sustaining this little business that I got going, and I'm really proud of it. Yeah, teaching kids at the skate park. Like, I've had a few in the last 12 months. It's actually been a lot of tests. I've a lot of failures and a lot of growths. So yeah, it's been, I would say, but the growths are really positive when it comes to the business. Like retaining the clients. I've had a consistent, daily routine going here. Like, it's still part-time, but I hope to grow it to a full-time, and I'm just kind of on that trajectory. So it's been working out really well. Like, my days slowly are changing into, getting up and going to the skate park and being able to stay, support myself financially. It's like really rewarding to have my passion and my career kind of all trying to link up. At the same time, there's a lot going on that's risky and disheartening about it. It's not all it's not all rainbows and sunshine, but I'm down for the task. So that's a great question, Kris. Thanks.
Awesome.
So, flip side, what is the worst thing to happen to you in the last 12 months?
Our 13-year-old cat passed away 6 months ago.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just recently got a new kitten. So we're on the up now, but the grieving stage and everything was difficult. It really did enforce my spirituality, though. I have to say, like, it was hard, but there was elements of beauty and peace to it that are like kind of hard to talk. It's hard to communicate to someone who isn't there. But the way she passed and everything, like, we didn't have to put her down. She just passed in her bed. And she seemed to wait for us because, like, in the morning we came out and sort of said our goodbyes, and then she just, like, passed away in our arms, sort of. And yeah, it brought my girlfriend and I closer to each other too. There was, like, a grieving process, and we went through it together. And it was, so even though it was difficult, that was definitely one of the most difficult things I've done in my life. But again, there was silver linings to it as well.
There's always a silver lining.
What about you, Kayj? I'm sure, honestly, watching your wife go through pregnancy is not easy. That's got to have some difficulties with it, bro.
He made it out of it alive.
The first trimester was the worst. That was by far her most uncomfortable. Second, she actually said she felt significantly better. I don't know if this is just because she got used to it. And then third, I mean, my daughter was born at 37 weeks, so she came pretty early. So she didn't really have to go through that final month, which is good, but it wasn't easy. So I don't know if I'd say it was hard for me, though. I kind of just did what I was told to do, and everything was fine. So I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know. I don't think anything bad has happened to me, really.
What about the like anxiety pre-birth? Just all the anxiety that goes along with pregnancy. It must have been such a relief to know that she's healthy and everything. Like, that's got to take a toll on you guys. Going to these medical exams and worrying about the health, and this is also new, and just there's not really anyone that can exactly guide you through it. So many questions.
So I mean, my grandfather is still thankfully alive, so he was pretty much whoever I leaned on, and obviously my friends, if I was ever worried, because I wanted, if this is like people, I don't know if they'd call this toxic masculinity, but I just didn't want Grace to worry or see me worried, because she must have been going through whatever I was feeling 10 times worse. So I figured if I'm sort of a rock for her during this time, then afterwards, when my daughter is born, then I could tell her I was fucking stressed this whole time.
Right. Yeah.
So that's what I did. But no, you're right. It was horrifying.
Yeah. I relate with the death of the cat. Like, I tried to play the rock. I was going through difficult things, but I played the role of that same position, and there's some pride to that. It's not toxic masculinity. It's masculinity. It's positive masculinity. There's, like, for instance, going out of your way and getting her favorite drink, or making a meal for her, or rubbing her feet or whatever. It's like going that extra mile to sort of be the rock, even though you could sit there and whine and say, oh, I had a really hard day, like why aren't you rubbing my feet, kind of thing, why didn't you do the dishes? But as you take that role upon yourself to sort of harden up and do the things that need to be done in this time when your partner isn't the usual support system that they usually are. It's like you've got to step up, sort of.
Got to play all the roles. Yeah. All
I'll
right.
tell you what, though, it is absolutely amazing to watch like biology take course. So, I mean, my daughter's room. So I'm not there, right? I'm in Ottawa. I'm here for work. So Grace has had to, well, not just Grace, but Grace and her two sisters have built a little village back home for the time being. And watching, like right now, watching them all somehow, even though they hate each other, work together in peace to like keep this baby alive.
Yeah, keep the baby. Yeah.
Is so like these three sisters hated each other, but the second Grace called both of them saying, "Hey, I need you to come here. Kavan has to leave." It's just it was amazing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a miracle, man. That's actually
that's
like
what
miracle
true family
stuff.
is.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
and
superpower
the power
do you
of
want?
love. That was
that's
an
a
interesting.
superpower.
That was interesting. Yeah, the superpower of
Yeah.
love.
So, what superpower would you want, Kayj and Logic?
Superpower immortality.
Oh God.
Whoa, yeah, that's a good one. Mind reading, I suppose, but I don't know. I'd have to be able to turn it off. I wouldn't have to not consistent mind reading, or time travel. Time travel would be a good one.
Okay.
What would you choose, Kris?
Superpower.
You asking these questions, you don't even know on your answer.
The ability to truly forget.
Whoa, that's a superpower. Whoa, that's dark, Kris. Whoa.
Yeah. Yep. Truly forgetting.
What about the ability to truly remember?
I was just kind of flipping it too. Yeah. Like how much of our memories,
Or the
maybe,
ability to see from the other's perspective.
yeah, like maybe you're attaching yourself to a non right? Your memory is actually the yeah.
Damn.
I don't know if I believe in an afterlife, but I always wondered if your life replayed for you and you were like in creative mode, if that makes sense. Like you were watching your own life, but not from your perspective.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. I picture death some sort of like amalgamation of all the personalities, like my grandparents' personality wrapped up into like a stranger's personality, and like somehow just all these personalities become sort of one thought or one mode of thinking.
One being.
Yeah, like because have you ever had an ego death, Kayj? Do you know what that is?
Oh God, yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It's called the dark night of the soul too. It's
yeah,
like
like
the
you can.
hardest
It's the point before psychosis, basically, where you could instill this through medical intervention. Like you could put someone into an ego death with like psychedelics, or you could just have like a crisis in your life. But it is related to like chemical fluctuations in the brain, right? That we can just observe. But it's like this disassociation of self, complete disassociation of self. It could be characterized by like paranoia, like thinking that you're going to die or thinking someone's coming after you, those kinds of like full on hallucinations. But generally it's characterized as the dissolution of self. So you completely lose your sense of self. Like that's kind of why it feels like you're dying, because you don't really exist in your own mind. You can't differentiate the personalities from your mom and your dad because they've impacted who you are, from the doctor who, birthed you to then your first grade teacher.
Crisis.
Yeah, you have all these different personalities wrapped up in who you are, and you start realizing like, I'm not any of these. I don't, because these are all people who just impacted me. So where am I? Where am I amongst all these different personalities? And then it's an existential crisis basically.
Yeah.
But I think that illuminates kind of because it's associated with near-death experiences, right, and what it's like to have just sort of these like traumatic experiences, I think it is illuminating to what happens after death. I think that is probably what happens. You slip into this non-state of being.
No, I've read a book. Actually, this is probably one of the most interesting. There's a book called The Five People You Meet in Heaven.
In heaven, yet I have it right here.
I've never heard of it.
That's the first thing
I brought it with
thought
me.
of.
I've literally brought it with me to LA.
That's
so what does it go into?
It essentially, well, I mean, there's a movie that's really shit, but the book is a lot better. Essentially, it's just five, like throughout your entire lifetime, five people that you may not know personally necessarily. They had the greatest influence on how your life played out.
Yeah.
One of them, for example, in the book is a burning girl in Vietnam. Well, the main character was a soldier in Vietnam, and he was this building was burning on fire, and he saw a little girl in the house, and when he went in to go and run and save her, he saved her, and she lived out the rest of her life. So in the book, it talks about how she got him this medal, which went on to change his career and da 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 da.
So the butterfly effect of these local personalities that impact us, kind of.
Yep. They teach you lessons, or they give you, or great failures, actually. One of them, was it a lady who was drowning who he didn't save? I forget, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
So, I would just tie this into, I guess, Jungian archetypes. Although we can have these local aspects, I think that, archetypal aspects of psychology also are the butterfly effect. That's basically what I think the, Jesus narrative is. It's some sort of archetype that's been burned through us. I think it's probably burned through us through trauma. I think we probably did crucify some man who was fairly honest and forthright, and we did it in such a way that actually made us all societally question our own morality and ethics. But because the Roman times were so brutal, right? But maybe not as well. Maybe it's just an archetype, even if it didn't happen historically. The archetype of that image still affects us, sort of like the boy who cries wolf. The boy who cries wolf is an important narrative, right? Archetypal story that teaches us about a certain personality of someone who, isn't trustworthy, but it's not a specific personality. It's not I can actually name the person. It's just a trait that we're kind of embodying through the narrative. Those archetypes, I think, are the similar thing. I know the book that you're referring to is more local, just one little, interaction in your life could have the butterfly effect. But I think more importantly, we come into these we are born into these archetypal ways of thinking, and those impact our way of thinking, rigidly. I don't think we can really escape those archetypes ultimately.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what happens when we die. I'm trying to figure it out. But unfortunately, you know what the fuck? Okay. Currently, my grandfather is the oldest male, actually oldest person in our family with the bloodline and that. And when I got married, so he didn't have a son. He had two daughters. But my grandfather had 4 brothers, and 2 of them went on to have sons. So there's 2 other people with the last name. But when I got married, I changed my last name from my father's to my grandfather's. So the reason why I'm saying this is because if I can't fathom being the oldest member of my family, because that would mean that everybody I grew up with, loved, cared for, or anything like that would know what happens after death before I do. Because they're all dead. Get it? I'd be alone.
Yeah.
You're so fucking stupid. I can't. What is your favorite horror movie, you little shit?
I think I want to die before my wife, but
I want to die before 40, so I only got a year and a half.
How are you gonna? Well, okay. This might be a dark conversation. If you could choose, not saying you're going to choose, but if you could guide the universe's hand and fate, if you will, how would you prefer, best case scenario, to leave this earth?
Tomorrow in my sleep.
Oh my fucking! I'm just gonna take it as in my sleep.
This sounds really dark, but I think self-sacrifice.
I'm
Like if I
dead
could
serious.
actually
Like,
choose, like
yeah.
I would just want to wait until the moment I couldn't take it anymore, and then be the arbiter of that choice. That's what I would want to choose. I wouldn't want some random thing just happening to me. I'd want to be able to determine, all right, I can't take the pain, I can't take the suffering anymore. Now's my time.
Tomorrow in my sleep.
That's actually really. I think that would be the idyllic immortality. Live until you
Right.
can't take it anymore.
Yeah,
Fucking freaks.
the ideology of the samurai is pretty interesting in this, like them self-sacrificing for honor or whatever, like that ritual. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to consider.
That wouldn't be a smooth death. That'd be a painful, very long death.
Oh, I know, and it's like public, and the way they have to do it, it's like disciplined and like weird. Oh man, I know. Makes me sick to my stomach.
I'd almost, because I'm pretty sure that the sort of that's the honorable, that's the best way you can die in that society. But I'm pretty sure if you don't do it, you get like your cranium lopped off by a super sharp sword. I'd almost prefer that, because then I wouldn't feel pain.
Yeah. Yeah. There's that new show. It's probably like a year old now. Oh, I forget it, but it's like a Western show and the first scene of it is some guy getting scalped. Have you guys seen this show? Oh, I forget it.
Oh.
It's burned into my memory now though. And he's like alive for a while, bro. He's like alive for a while in this depiction of it.
Oh, speaking of fucked up things, so I just learned this, and this, like, I told Grace about this because I thought it was so cool. So peppers, right, especially like hot peppers, or just peppers in general, are a part of the nightshade plant family. And the nightshade plant family, that name might sound familiar because nightshade is the most poisonous plant on Earth, and these are just a group of poisonous plants. Now, how are peppers poisonous, Kayj, you fucking idiot? Well, in their little mucus, or it's actually called their placenta, they have this chemical called capsaicin, and that basically triggers your TPRV receptors on your tongue, eyes, and fun fact, sphincter, to sort of simulate the feeling of heat being generated, even though it's not actually a transfer of heat energy there. And when that happens, the reason why this exists, the reason why the plant evolved to have this, is because it's a defense mechanism against every other animal. There's only 2 animals in the world, aside from humans, that eat this plant willingly, and that's birds and rodents. And the reason why those animals eat it, and not any other animal when they taste the spice, is because birds shit indiscriminately, which provides nutrients to the plants that they need to grow, and then rodents do the same thing, whilst also not tearing down these plants because they don't use the plant structure for anything like almost a beaver would. So think about peppers. The reason they're spicy, it's not because they're supposed to taste good, it's because they're trying to kill you so you don't eat them.
Is our like response a mechanism to deal with, like, why aren't we subject to the harms of it? Obviously our digestive system deals with it, but like, does the heat have something to do with that?
So it's not actually heat. It's just
you're saying.
All it is it's just this. How do I put it? You know, like icy hot.
Yeah.
It's just the hot part. It's the exact same chemical. All it does is when it's touching your sort of receptors in your skin, specifically the TPRV1, which is responsible for for thermal conductivity sensation. When you touch something, you're not actually touching that thing. You're not actually feeling that thing's temperature. You're feeling the temperature. The transfer of energy, and that's what you're like, the thermal conductivity. That's what you're feeling. So when you eat this fucking chemical, everything around your tongue becomes infinitely more efficient at conducting heat to your tongue.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a poisonous. Peppers technically are considered a poisonous plant, like a ghost pepper or a dragon's breath pepper with 2.48 million Yeah, no, that's poison.
I mean, yeah, if you give that to a dog or something, they're not going to be okay.
No, they would actually die, and that's the point of the plant. We live in such a hostile, evil world that even plants have to develop mechanisms so that they can kill other things.
All right. Right? Yeah, that's fucking crazy. What's your favorite horror movie, Logic and Kayj?
I don't watch horror movies. I refuse. I actually.
Me neither.
No.
Yeah, I'm on that same page, but the Saw series was back in the day, but I don't really watch horror either. I'm not into. I got enough going on in my day. I don't need that.
love
I don't
Silence of
need
the
that in my
Lambs.
chill time.
I've been watching Bubble Guppies nonstop for about 3 months now, so that's the.
I love Silence of the Lambs.
Huh?
Silence of the Lambs. That's my favorite movie.
No, just the jump from Bubble Guppies to I love Silence of the Lambs for my children.
That's like my favorite movie ever. And that was crazy.
Kayj, what do you think? What do you think about creating?
Jim's favorite horror movie was World War Z, and there's Jim.
What do you think about creating, like, now that you're a dad, about like creating kids content, whether it be
No.
I thought you were gonna say creating more babies.
No, like, I mean,
absolutely
like,
fucking not. No, I will never even say my daughter's name on social media. I will never post a picture of her.
Oh, no. I don't mean like involving her. I mean like writing a child's book, or like writing a script for like I've seen youth podcasts coming out like for kids, or like as a parent, I'm just interested sort of in what content my kids, taking in, because it's inevitable, and it makes me interested in like maybe writing a kid's book, or like a philosophy book for kids, that kind of thing.
I thought you were referencing the super controversial creating content around your kids.
No.
No. I mean, it really depends. I want to homeschool my daughter. It depends with Grace's job and things like that. But if she does end up getting homeschooled, I don't see anything problematic about creating informative content for child appropriate or specifically age appropriate stuff.
Yeah, like if you're an academic and you're interested in these concepts, trying to boil them down for kids, right? It's weird because like I think about establishing myself academically, like writing a paper that would be cited lots, and then I think about in reality, what would I rather be appreciated for? Like if I created something for kids, it's almost like more reputable. If I could boil down a simple math lesson to kids and like get kids to love it, like what is a highly cited academic paper really even compare to something like that? That's actually gonna like help. Sometimes I'm more drawn to almost like the kid avenue than like educating youth. It's also like less saturated by jaded adults. I don't know. It's like a lot of the jaded academics get kind of in their own I guess the metaphor is like a crystal tower, right? Or like whatever they call it. Whereas like the kids are a lot more like don't you want to be like, as a father and stuff, like I want to be around kids. I want to be in the youth. I don't want to be some uptight intellectual that is like inaccessible by kids,
I see what you're saying. I guess it's kind of hard though, and a good example is I was back home about 3 weeks ago, and I went and I was on a walk with my wife and daughter, and she was in the stroller and she was pointing up, and now she can't talk, but she does make odd sounds once in a while, and she was pointing at a fucking star, or what we thought was a star. It was actually a helicopter, but I just went with it was a star. And I said to her, because I don't this is something that me and my partner agreed to, but we do OPAL, which is just one parent, one language. So Grace only speaks to her in English, and I speak to her in French, and that it will always be that way. I will not switch to English with her, and she will not switch to French with her. So I looked up and I essentially told her that star was created very, very long ago, only for you to observe it today, because that star and you exist at such a special time that you were both meant to be here. Now, I don't believe in teleology. I don't really like it, but I will steal poetic sort of substance from it when I need to, so I can get people, especially my own family, engaged in it. And I think that's what you should do. I think you should take super complex things and almost do what poetry does and boil them down to their core.
Totally. I agree. And I think at its base, that should, like, if you do a good enough job at that should be able to impact a fairly young kid. It shouldn't be like these higher academics lose me sometimes because of their inaccessibility, like how much meaning could some of these, I'm careful with my language here, but like the trajectory of education, like where it's meant to go. It's like, well, if it's not aimed at the children, I don't know what we're aiming at. Are we aiming it at the people in the Crystal Towers? Right? The philosopher, like, right? Because it seems like it's a ground up approach, not a top down approach to education. And so, like, yeah, like, I don't know, like, remembering also there's this aspect of like youthful curiosity that I think a lot of intellectuals, well, good intellectuals maintain it, obviously. Like, the greatest of intellectuals maintain their childlike curiosity, and like a lot of education breeds that out of our children. It's like, wow, you guys are actually conditioning our kids to be less and less curious through these methods of certainty. And, you know, it seems to almost devalue education to a degree. It's like a lot of that poetic language and everything that is what flourishes curiosity at its base. You know, not everything has a clear answer.
No, it doesn't. And I wish that I was taught in school more of like the cool things. Like I just brought up stars. I wish we were taught more about time and what that actually is, and why everybody says that this thing is like this thing exists, and what is it tangible as an abstract object. But no, you essentially, at least in lower academia, never touch on what it is. You never touch on really a lot of the questions everybody wants answers to. What happens after death? Are we alone on this earth? Can a God exist? Can a God not exist? How should somebody live? These questions just aren't answered.
Yeah. Yeah. And
What
I
is
suppose
math? Even that wasn't answered. Like, I just learned what infinity actually means probably 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
A limitless amount.
for sure, math is like the biggest one. Because I mean, like, I still don't understand. Like, if I were to answer, like, trying to articulate what is math becomes a philosophical debate.
What are numbers?
Yeah, and like even just the basic like operators of like what are the rules? Like whenever I get to a math problem I don't understand, a mathematician has a simple manipulation of the equation that I'm just not privy to, some rule or law of algebra that I'm not the greatest at or whatever, and then all of a sudden it makes sense. And it's like, where are you getting these fundamental principles from? Like, how did you know that rule just applies like that? That's like the weird thing for me for math. It's like, where are the fundamental axioms? And I mean, you can look them up, but they're still confusing to me. It's like, where are the basic operators that allow us to just like highlight the actual rules of how to manipulate an equation? Seems like there's always an additional rule. Oh, now you can do this. Now you can flip that. Now, you know, and like if I'm not privy to some new iteration of a rule, then I'm just not a mathematician. And it's like it gets saturated in these logical. For my idea, math just seems like applying the law of identity. Like the equal sign seems to just be the law of identity, and beyond that, it's just negation. And I don't know how much further I can take it from that. Is that all the basic laws that apply to math? Like, I know there's other inference rules and other axioms that can leap us into branches of mathematics, but at its base, if I were to try to teach it to a kid, if they're going to ask me like, what is math? I have trouble explaining it, you know?
Well, we don't really ask, what is math? Or at least Stephen would tell you. Don't ask that question. Okay, so from my understanding, from what Americans would call elementary school, first grade or kindergarten, or no, first grade, excuse me, through maybe even 8th grade, that's just doing functions. That's just simply doing the operators in a mathematical sort of equation there. You're not actually asking any sort of substantive questions. Then through 8, maybe to like 10th grade, you're still doing the same thing, but more complex ones. Then 10 to 12, no, not 10 to 12, sorry, 8 to 12, you're doing the same things with different, you have advanced functions, calculus, and like all of these things. But then in college, you start getting sick of that, and you think, why the fuck am I doing all of these really complicated, why is it like this? Then you start thinking, why is calculus like this? Why was calculus made? What is calculus? What is a real number? What are integers? Why do these things exist? And then you start to get into like math degrees.
or philosophy. Well, then that's where I got to like symbolic logic, philosophy, and like metaphysics. I left math at that point. You
Really?
know? Yeah, because well, I should have maybe gone deeper, but from my perspective, I saw the redundancy of math. Yeah, at that point, that's why I was disinterested in it, and I went to like metaphysics more, like where, like possible worlds and how what are these necessary and contingent claims even getting at? What is a contingency? Because like I don't see math. I see math as just an extension of symbolic logic.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if that's right.
I don't know if about an extension, but
I
it
don't think
could.
there's always the right or the wrong answer. I think some answers can be, just an answer.
But I was having this conversation the other day about necessity and contingency, and I was speaking to this. I don't remember his name. I forget, but he was asking me about the contingency argument and what my problems with it. And I said, well, essentially, it just leads to like modal collapse. And he didn't know what I meant, so I said, give me the argument and we'll go through it. We eventually go through it, and he asked me, or no, I rejected P1. All things in the universe are contingent upon like a necessity being, and that sort of works off the PSR, right? And I said, well, I reject that. I think some things are brutally contingent. And then he didn't know what I really meant, and I said, well, the capital of New York State is Albany, but it could have just as also easily have been New York City.
Yeah.
It's really just an arbitrary decision that could have been another way. And there's no really sufficient reason it was named Albany, at least like philosophically. So yeah, I see that as a brute contingency. And then he's like, okay, well, let's suppose that brute contingencies exist. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. How do you know God isn't a brute contingency versus a necessary being? And then that's when the modal collapse happens, because then you say things like, well, it's possible he is necessary. Well, that's a prime example of a collapse statement, at least within modal logic. So then we sort of got off this tangent, but had we spoke about the mathematical realism argument for God, they don't suffer the same critiques because there's no sufficient reason in math. There simply is analytic reasoning. It's all provable in math. And if it's not provable, then it's not math.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot in there that I appreciate. The modal collapse would be if he were to just evade the root contingency, and say it's a necessity. You would agree that then the modal collapse would be avoided, right?
Well, I don't know how you'd know it's a necessary thing versus a brutally contingent thing.
Sure, they would be a presupposition.
That's why I sort of, and it's really, because there is no sort of distinction between an atheist saying the universe is brutally contingent versus God is necessary.
Well, okay, this is where this is where I freaking start sounding like Darth Dawkins. The necessity of intelligibility at all would need to be revealed by some divine source or ultimate source of validation. So
Wow.
the atheist lacks, well, I know, and now I'm starting to sound like Darth Dawkins, but this is where I'm at with it, so I could be wrong.
It's okay.
But is the atheist not at least presupposing intelligibility?
No, I actually would argue the universe is not intelligible.
Like fictionalism.
No, I'd say, like, again, the universe is unintelligible at most times, yeah.
So does fictionalism say it's intelligible, just not like I would view that as somewhat fictionalism. And so this again is Darth Dawkins. It's like we can say everything happens by chance, but then we have no reasonability. I don't see how it doesn't seem like then you have no basis for intelligibility.
I'm confused on what, okay. So I'm simply, like, the atheist would say the universe being brutally contingent is not illogical. There's nothing wrong with that, which means it's possible. And because of this, there's sort of no there's nothing that implies, like, if you take the proposition I'm giving, which is that the universe is brutally contingent, it doesn't imply a sort of a Q variable that the universe is also intelligible. I would you
Right,
need an
right.
argument for that.
I agree. And that's exactly where. So we're both at the same part there, but then I see the argument for intelligibility as the next step to validate that claim. Does that make sense?
Oh,
Like,
well, yeah. If you were saying like, as a theist, I think the proposition God, the universe is, or God is a necessary being. Well, then something like P2, or the next proposition would be something along the lines of God created the universe, or sorry, intelligibility can only lie within God, however you're defining God, and then the universe as a creation or an emergent property
yes,
of God is
yes,
therefore intelligible. But that's a lot of proofs there and definitions and a lot of work.
yeah, yeah. The 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 epistemology, the outcome is from my perspective, like epistemology, or like not like the ability without that, not that additional metaphysics, I don't see how we get to any knowledge claims. Now, I don't mind suspending my judgment of knowledge claims. It just doesn't seem, I guess, practical, or like how would I don't see the practical application of it in my everyday life, I suppose. It's like, for me to empathize with my lover, I need to hold their claims as true as I possibly can. For me to just be skeptical of them all the time doesn't seem to get me anywhere. The metaphysics of certainty, of necessity or contingency, seem to rely on this mindfulness, this ability, this intelligibility, the ability to validate a claim at all, right?
Oh, I don't think we.
Maybe I'm
Sorry,
not
go
making
ahead.
sense. No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I actually do suspend judgment on most knowledge claims absent evidence, or evidence would just be justification or anything that raises. So if my wife called me right now and said, babe, this guy at the bus stop slapped my behind, and she then shows around and I see in like the FaceTime video that she's on a bus stop, or she's on a bus, and also I can see her location of her being on a bus, and then in the background I see her with her pepper spray out pointing toward this one guy, that's enough evidence for me to sort of make the knowledge claim, because I have enough evidence for it, or at least enough empiricism for it. But I don't think that's going to be sort of possible in the metaphysics here, because you need to, how do I put this? The step one would be proving that God exists and God created the universe, and to define all that, and then prove why it's only that God and not some other type of higher power or natural state or maybe immaterial state. And then also proving at the end of all that argument, skipping like 3 steps there, that the universe is intelligible, meaning we can validate everything, which would invalidate brute contingency. Or not invalidate, but it would raise questions about if the PSR is applicable to everything. And if it is, then brute contingencies don't exist, which would be right back into step 1.
Yes. So, when we get into a disagreement with someone and we're applying the metaphysics of possible worlds, right? And we're trying to interpret each other's opinion, whether it's on God or whatever. There's an element here, like we've already said, of suspending the knowledge claim of our own proposition in order to validate, interpret another person's position. And so this is why I cling to the Darth Dawkins approach, because when he asserts his presuppositional argument that God exists, he's leaving room for the contingency argument. He's applying the necessity, but he's leaving room for the critique, the internal critique, right? And what ends up happening is that when an atheist puts forward their view, they don't leave room for that internal critique of presuppositional validity. His claim to presupposition, like let's say he doesn't even have to make a claim about the creation of the universe and all of those things you listed. He could simply just say God reveals himself through scripture as the divine knower of truth. And he reveals himself as that, therefore that's with what other standard would we have for, and I know that this seems circular, but again, it's his presupposition. So when I respect that more than this like epistemological like gap where we're just saying, well, we're going to sort of apply the evidence as best we can. Maybe at the bus stop, maybe we're wrong. Maybe get there and the situation was completely misjudged or whatever, and your girlfriend's rapidly apologizing, right? Like these gaps in epistemology, again, is what's somewhat required for the very validity that our sanity like stands on. If you just did not have room to accept any other narrative, you saw the picture, you saw the bear spray, and you went to the bus stop, and you're just gonna fight this guy, right? No matter what your girlfriend then says in the next moments, right? You're being irrational. The validity is always this updatability of our claims, of our propositions. We can go back and we can check those propositions, whether they're true or not. It's not a claim of like certainty. And so when we have a claim of certainty, it demands us of this presuppositional aspect of our claim. Like without it, how does an atheist like, whether it's an atheist or not doesn't really matter to me. It's just like how would we make a knowledge claim about God not existing in the exact same way that we are existing? The falsifiability of him, right, through necessity seems more valid than through brute contingency. We can't falsify something through brute contingency.
Okay. My problem with presuppers, and this is like applicable to all of them, not just Dawkins. I just think he's the most infamous one. It's that for me as an atheist, or more specifically an agnostic atheist, I want to approach every argument with no knowledge claims, as if I don't have a bias. Obviously I do, but I sort of treat every knowledge claim as if it's valid by asking for an argument for said claim. So if I'm speaking with Dawkins and his famous question of, well, clearly God revealed, or God's presence in this world is unambiguous, and he revealed to us through his nature that he exists, and the universe is clearly intelligible because of this existence. How do you account for that, atheist? Well, there's just like 5 different claims in there that we're just positing with no argument. And if there's no argument for a claim, then there's no evidence for a claim, and I'm going to dismiss it without evidence. But if Dawkins were to say, hey, Kayj, God exists, and then we went through the dialogue of his argument, and let's say I concede, okay, God exists, cool. Hey, Kayj, God created the universe, all right, and so on and so forth, until eventually we reach a point where, okay, Kayj, now that we've went through this 17-hour dialogue where I've proven all of my propositions, and they're all true, how do you account for intelligibility now of the universe if all of these things that I've given arguments for and are true and we've both agreed to? But he doesn't do that. And he doesn't do it because if one, it'd be a very long conversation, and 2, it's a much better gotcha question when you don't do that and you presuppose a worldview that's true.
Yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on with everything you said. The only difference, I would say, is that when he asks the atheist, right, what grounds their intelligibility, he's like, his presupposition is he's leaving room for that to be critiqued. But then when he questions what grounds, at least he has an answer, right? He says, God unambiguously reveals himself through scripture. Okay, so that could be wrong or right or whatever. We can hate on that. But then when he goes to the atheist has no answer. Usually it seems it blends to agnosticism, or it blends to skepticism, or sometimes it even blends into like deism. It seems like the quote-unquote atheist doesn't really have something to ground their argument because of what you're saying. They're not really making a knowledge claim. He is making a knowledge claim, but he's highlighting the presupposition necessary for the knowledge claim. You see?
Yeah.
And if we don't do that, and we just if we just alleviate our responsibility to do that, what is the necessity of our argument? What is the underlying foundation? We don't have any validity. We don't have any way to falsify our claims. We're just brute contingencies all the way down the rabbit hole until we're talking about abortion or whatever the topic is.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem. I guess I'd say it's really important, though. If the atheist is making, or actually atheists do make a knowledge claim, I'd say agnostics, atheists are more sort of what you're talking about. But I don't make knowledge claims about any sort of metaphysics at all, because I am a skeptic. I don't know. But it'd be odd for somebody off the street to say, hey, Kayj, how do you account for this metaphysical intelligibility in your worldview? And I'm like, I don't, because I don't know. Well, that's a valid answer. I'm not making a proposition. But when a Christian or makes the proposition, I know Jesus Christ is the way and the truth and the light, well, that warrants argumentation, and not just in comparison, because what presuppers will do to make their argument seem more true is they'll sort of display the incoherence of whatever specific opposition they're speaking to. But I think it's important to note that the Christian here isn't just making a juxtaposition claim between their worldview and a random atheist worldview. It's their worldview and an infinite number of possibilities of worldviews, right? It's not just one individual that he has to invalidate. It's every individual that's ever existed that a Christian has to invalidate. I think that's a much higher burden of proof than just displaying your current interlocutor's inability to display or inability to account for a claim they're not making.
Yes, you're spot on with everything you're saying. From my perspective, that holds the claims to a higher value. But I hear what you're saying 100%. Like that's what's lacking in the atheist perspective, that very knowledge claim, that very ability to sort of ascent into something beyond just, I don't know, abduction.
Yeah, I do, but I will agree with you. I think a lot of atheists on this app are just as arrogant as theists in the sense they say, I know God doesn't exist, or God doesn't exist. Well, that absolutely warrants argumentation, and I would hold them to the same burden of proof as anybody else making a epistemological knowledge claim, because it's just as arrogant to me.
Totally.
It's interesting.
It's very interesting. Like, the pattern I see with the Darth Dawkins line of questioning is often he is actually running someone into their own reasons. And they're getting upset at they'll say something like, you're leading me. Why are you leading me with your questions down your own line of reasoning? And it's like, well, he's actually trying to get to the bottom of your thinking, and you don't have the answers to his questions. Like, it seems like you're the one, it does often seem like they're the ones evading the question, even if it's innocent, even if it's like, well, I just don't know. It's like, well, a second ago you were acting as if you know, right? You're here to dissuade the Christian perspective. You're here to prove that God doesn't exist. And now you're bleeding into agnosticism. You're bleeding into deism. And, and it becomes this weird, unarticulated, unfalsifiable position that seems more unreasonable than his position, which is like, for me to say that seems crazy, because again, his style and his approach is not anything I support, right? But yeah, on purely rational grounds, it's hard to argue against.
I gotta say, I appreciate y'all having this stance on things, man. Like, it's really refreshing hearing people be open-minded and inclusive, because I don't want to echo what you guys are saying, but like, just to kind of add to it, I've recently had this like deduction that I think as humans, maybe we try to like generalize things to understand them on simple terms. And then I think people want to attribute belief systems around those generalizations, and then they try to form absolutes based on like some abstract that's only relevant to some context. I know that's like a really verbose way of saying it. Like, the simplest analogy I can come up with is that it's like people say like ice cream is dairy, and then they turn around and say like all dairy products are ice cream, and that would just be inaccurate, right? An inaccurate assumption to say that. And I agree. I see the same thing on both sides, whether it's Christian or atheist or anti-Christian or whatever. Men and women's rights, politics. It seems like that seems to be like a recurring theme, maybe.
Yeah, like the recurring theme being this like inability to apply the method of reason. And what that is empathizing with your opposition, or like steel manning those who oppose your arguments. Tolerating someone who sees things differently than you. The rational method is an approach to, I think, emotional control and stability, and that's why listening to whether it's a Christian or an atheist lose their cool, right? For me, just demonstrates how weak their own methodology really is. Because your method shouldn't just arrive you at this knowledge claim. It should also, I don't know, protect you from emotional like triggering, right?
Right. I actually spent a lot of time thinking about that today. Like our belief system, our belief systems we should be inviting criticism. Like if I can say that I have the truth, then it should be self-evident. I should, even if I don't make that claim though, I should still want to invite criticism to help me grow and gain other perspectives. And I don't know. I don't really have anywhere to go with that. I've just been thinking about that a lot lately though.
No, you're spot on, man. Like embracing disagreement is the method. Like if I'm going to talk to someone and I just expect them to agree with me the whole time, I'm not going to have a conversation. All they're going to be able to say is, yeah, I agree. Yes, 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 I agree. The moment they even try to be somewhat semantically diverse in the conversation, it's going to, if I'm not emotionally like stable, it's going to come across as a challenge or a disagreement. Right. And if I don't embrace all those semantical diversity, all that semantical diversity, then I'm not going to embrace any communication at all. Like my willingness to have a disagreement in a peaceful way is the very thing that allows me to validate my own presuppositions, my own truth claims. The moment my truth claim gets tested, my own assumptions, my own thinking, right, my own testament to truth, well, now we have a good conversation. Now I'm like, oh, green flags. Now we're having a good conversation. The moment I'm just being like, basically like, like I'm self-absorbed and I'm caught up in my own line of thing. I'm trying to convince the argument to the other person. Yeah. Now I know I'm losing myself. I'm no longer actually tapping into the method.
Ooh, that's such a good point of like self-awareness and self-reflection. Like, I think probably part of what triggered my thoughts about this topic today was a conversation I had yesterday with this, her name's Thinker on here. I've never actually heard her tell anyone what to believe, but I always see her questioning people's beliefs, and that's the foundation of her platform. So it's like, you don't have to go up there if you don't want your beliefs questioned. But we talked for, 30 minutes, and we have completely different views on things, but neither one of us ever tried to convince the other one. And it was just an exchange of dialogue, like literally, why do you think that? Where is your belief founded in? What makes you want to believe that? And even there was a question she asked and I couldn't answer it. I said, I don't know. I don't know why I choose to believe this, actually. And she respected that. She didn't challenge it. She didn't try to uproot me from my belief system. She just said, I can respect that. I respect your honesty with that, right? And I think you hit a very important nail on the head right there. Like, yeah, man, that's good stuff. I think we shouldn't try to convince other people that we're right. I think that becomes it almost seems like some people only want to argue just to uproot other people's opinions. I even sometimes wonder if they believe it themselves or they just enjoy the arguing.
Well, that's the very thing. You can tell they don't believe it when they start getting emotionally distraught, right? Because And that's what's so fascinating when I watch Darth Dawkins upset atheists, like with his line in questioning, they start victimizing themselves to the line of questioning. It's like, so even if I follow your line of reasoning to the very bottom, you're just going to lead me to nihilism? Like at this point, I'm not even trying to convince you of anything. I'm purely here to have the conversation with you and figure out what your view is. And I followed you down the rabbit hole, and here we are in the darkness fighting. And I feel like I have a responsibility to step in now and basically be like, okay, we have to reorient, because I've followed you down your worldview, and it seems like you're almost arguing with yourself here. I haven't even put forward an argument. I'm not even sure. You don't seem receptive to disagreement. You don't seem receptive to having someone else put their opinion forward, because you don't even have your own opinion yet. You haven't figured out your own, and you're not humble enough to admit it to yourself. So you're just like cycling, right? You're just literally, it's a nihilistic cycle right to the bottom, where everyone's attacking you, you're a victim of every situation, right? It can get to that point where just like you can no longer see the light at all.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's funny because I can't even respond to that without just echoing exactly what you said, because I've observed the same thing. It's funny how few people, like, I always end up in chats where Kayj is talking to people, and I've noticed this about Kayj's. He tends to, I try to do the same thing, but like be in circles where people actually do have open dialogue and do have open-minded conversations. And it seems like those type of that type of communication is like 10 to 1. Like it's usually people trying to argue to validate their own opinion, it seems like.
Every time.
It's like, I want my views challenged.
Yeah, they
Help
need
me
the
grow.
self-affirmation. They need the validation. Even now, as you like resist the echoing, you're like, I'm hesitant to echo what you just said, because like you're kind of fiending for a bit more disagreement. It's like we are honestly being a little too cordial even right now. The conversation's disinteresting when we just, agree.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know how many times I swipe and I see like Harris is the best, or Trump is the best, or women are the best, or you know what I mean? Like, this, I don't know, man. I often wonder why we as humans want to do this. Like, I mean, I understand, like, I've studied neuropsychology a little bit, and I understand how belief systems work with the subconscious and like the need for validation to shape our belief systems. But then I don't understand the need to go out and like bash other people. Like, I don't understand why we just need to like go rub it in everyone else's faces. Like, that's the part I don't understand.
My theory on this is that it's a technical thing. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. I don't think anyone, for the most part, is like trying to be combative. There are some combative people out there, but I actually think it's like a technical understanding of the method. I think that as humans we're fallible, and uncertainty is uncomfortable. And if we don't have a method for dealing with uncertainty, we can become psychologically vulnerable and irrational. And basically, with a firm technical education or like understanding of this method of emotional stability and communication and logic, you can harness and insulate yourself from your own sort of neuroticism. The human condition is to be and we're still animals in the jungle, as Kayj often has pointed out, right? Tailless monkeys. And so we're still dealing with the limitations of our own neuroticism, and this function, this logical rational method that functions in society has direct applications, for how we talk and how we communicate. And people are victims of their own misunderstanding, I believe. I think it's just, that's why I want to popularize logic and get people to understand it more broadly, because I think it's less about this mathematical approach to conclusions and certainty, and it is more, or at least half, about our own emotional stability, and having an actual approach to conversations with those who we don't agree with, who see things other ways, who have different semantics, different vocabulary. Because like even in like in a combative setting, like in war, the ancient Stoics who originally, came up with these rational methods were confronting opposition in a competitive manner. They wanted the high ground to save their own lives. It wasn't a debate. It wasn't a political debate. It was a life or death situation. And in those situations, empathizing with the opposition actually worked as a strategic advantage more than othering. Tribal warfare was not as advanced as someone who could infiltrate the culture of their opposition, truly understand the traditions and cultures of that society, and then overthrow it that way. There's an element here of actually appropriating and living amongst your opposition, not just wiping them out simply to instill your own society, because there's no sustainability in that. Growing your society to all edges of the earth, if that's the evil dictator's wish, it relies on, unironically, distributing some of the power, right? The more centralized the power regime is, the more fallible and toppable it is. So there's this element of balancing our own, even in war, even in combat, balancing our own emotional stability so that we can empathize, even if it is for a strategic advantage to get ahead. It still requires things like love and empathy and those kinds of things, which I find really fascinating.
So, you bring up a super interesting point that came up, or how can I say this? I came to a revelation through conversation with someone the other day, about the way we romanticize things, and I'm going to blow your mind for a second if you've never thought of this before. Which it sounds like you've thought about part of this, but I didn't think about this until it just happened in conversation. But like to echo what you're saying, we can look at Alexander the Great. It's a perfect example of this. And we still say today, like, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. But the original saying of that was their selling card. They went around to nations and said, hey, to be a Roman, act like a Roman. Or they more accurately would have said, like, hey, you can be a part of the Roman Empire if you dress like us, speak our language, and use our currency. And as a result, you can do everything else yourself the same way you do already, but we'll back you financially, militaristically, etc. This is the interesting correlation is our definitions of love and these sort of concepts come through Latin language as we know it today, right? And we even use the word romanticize, which has the root word Roman.
Okay, drive that home. Yeah, drive that home. The romanticize. Yes. I do see where you're going with that.
I just find it interesting that the formalization of the Senate was developed through the Roman Empire, and alongside that, like, global people concept was also pushed around that same time, and we saw that embracing of others' cultures, which led to protection of trade. It led to a unification of both Macedonian, Babylonian, and Egyptian. All of the world was united under this one idea. And then everything going forward, as far as we know, led into the modern Latin and Roman eras. And I just find it interesting that it all kind of comes back to this one crux, right?
Yeah. I guess the crux of that, I'm still trying to digest all of that. That was awesome. But the crux being like this link between the word romanticism or romantic, and even though this is a bit colloquial, love, the word love, and how those link together, and how the Roman Empire expanded its territory through adopting and embracing, to a degree, other cultures, or at least leaving an avenue for other cultures to embrace them.
I'm pretty sure that I am the Roman Empire.
Do what?
I am the Roman Empire. You can laugh now, but you'll cry later.
also these early ideas of philosophy too, like Aristotle and Plato, and how logic evolved from these ways of early democratic thinking too. Like, yeah, super interesting how this also kind of leads into the polytheism too, like the tension between monotheism and polytheism, because although the Roman Empire is spreading, there's also this tension between, well, how are we going to coalesce our beliefs? Yeah, we want all the edges of the empire, but we want them under our reign, and we have limits on what we allow, right? And so this is where we get into the like Christian narrative and the apparent crucifixion of Christ and all of that development. And whether or not we can accept multiple gods, is there room for other people's interpretations religiously, or do we all have to be under one ultimate deity or throne or power source? Like, right? How can we be a unit, a global unit, if we all don't at least submit to one power source, I suppose, is the claim, right?
Right. It's funny you say that too, because I work in tech and I see this growing globalization through these decentralized systems. So I think it's really interesting that as a society we're like literally embracing the exact dynamic that you're outlining.
Yeah, man, dude, totally. And the ones that don't, this is the interesting thing. The ones that somehow try to oh, this is so weird. That try to like monopolize diversity, or maybe that's not quite the right word, but they like it's diversity through decentralization, like you're saying. It's not diversity through like monogamation. We're not trying to bring everyone into one system. That doesn't make sense. It's literally the decentralization of the systems that's giving us strength in diversity. Yeah, the tech stuff is crazy. Are you into crypto as well?
That's part of the space that I'm in.
Bye, Kayj.
Yeah, see
Peace,
Kayj.
Kayj. Peace, Kayj. Okay, so I got that sense from you, man. That's sick. Well, I'd love to talk about that. I guess it's crazy how some of these spiritual aspects tie in, hey?
You know what's interesting too is, so let's like thought experiment. So if you and I were like, hey, let's put all of the world's problems on a spreadsheet and then let's come up with solutions for each of these. And then let's boil them down to like the key factors and figure out like how do we solve the fundamental issues, right? First principles, logic. We inadvertently just created a new world order. Because we're trying to figure out how to solve the world's problems.
Yes.
But it's funny because it creates a paradox where if you try to oppose the systems, like if I was to try to create a system that stopped global finance, then I have to implement a system that regulates global finance. So even
Yes.
Yeah, so like it's funny, I was really close to the anonymous movements, and initially I was like very anti-disestablishmentarianist. I wish there was a better word for that. I was an anarchist, let me put it that way.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Right. Just simplest terms, I was an anarchist heavily, and so I was like down with the system, down with the man, or whatever. But as I grew up,
fuck the bitches.
Right. As I got older, though, I was able to like look back and reflect, and I can see where the things that Anonymous did actually furthered the agendas that they opposed. So it's like there's this really like ironic paradox where, like, I like conspiracy theories, I enjoy them, but there's a certain level where you have to wonder, like, is there really somebody orchestrating it, or are we collectively as humans all trying to solve the same fundamental problems?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that.
Right, because I mean, in tech, I can give you a simple example. We haven't figured out asset management, and there's probably 1 million people trying to solve asset management. Well, then, same example. Now, all of these people are trying to build Big Brother, essentially. It's
When you
not that
say
anyone.
when you say asset management, do you just mean like the risk management, or do you actually mean like accounting?
Both. Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah!
'Cause at first principles level, it's just managing assets.
Like
Like what?
literally, accounting is half of it. Literally,
Yeah.
which
But
is
it's just funny
hilarious.
because there's not. It's not that there's anybody behind the scenes pulling the strings. It's like collectively, there are people taking advantage of it. There are people manipulating it, but there's not like a single person that's just like, oh, I'm gonna make the whole world go to a Web3 crypto single world finance system. Like, we see problems with capitalism. We want to fix those problems. We're all kind of contributing to that solution. You know, it's just really interesting. It
Yeah.
almost seems like magical or fantastic, if you will, right? It's like,
Yeah, miraculous. Yeah,
right.
absolutely. Yeah. But I suppose evolution is, and like if we consider this part of just evolution, like we're on a crazy complexity, a journey of complexity here. So yeah, we're
Right.
exposed to some pretty miraculous things.
I could give a really simple example to outline this same concept too. Like a lot of people would say, like Islam's trying to destroy, or Israel's trying to destroy Palestine, right? Like that's a lot of people believe that. I'm not saying they're not, but it's not that simple because there's all kinds of contributing factors. There's people in Israel that oppose Assad. There's Palestinians that oppose Islam. There's all types of contributing factors, including every individual's belief of the problem. So it's not like there's just one person that's like, oh yeah, we're gonna wipe out Palestine. Like there's a ton of people involved in this, you know?
Yeah, yeah, that's why like your example of the, just putting something into Excel, like all these different problems and then trying to solve them. It seems there is no way to do that from all of those perspectives. You'd be lost in an equally tyrannical solution, even with all your good intentions.
Right? And even if you achieve it, it still takes concerted efforts. It takes individuals having their own beliefs. And I look at Germany in 1920s, right? Like it's easy to say like Adolf was a horrible person. I'm not saying he wasn't, but we also have to factor in the millions of people that supported that sort of government. Like it's not like just one person just tricked a whole bunch of people. Like there was a whole group of nations that believed this.
No, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, absolutely. It was a regime of cultural ideology. It wasn't simply one person.
right. It's like here's another example I could come up with. Like if we look at Coca-Cola, you could say Coca-Cola is trying to like poison the kids. Like some people make that argument, but you could also just say Coca-Cola is capitalizing on the fact that people get thirsty, and they've done a really good job of marketing that.
Yeah, I'm interested somewhat on how you're using the term capitalism because I usually project myself as a proponent of like free market capitalism. So it's interesting to
So
hear that you're kind of against it. We could go into that if you want.
yeah, actually, I am huge advocate of free market capitalism as long, and
Oh, okay.
I struggle with myself on this because I see the problem as unregulated capitalism. My theory, this is my theory, is that unregulated capitalism ends up in socialism. But inversely,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
regulate capitalism, that could also be defined as socialism. So it's a like really slippery slope logically. I I even kind of end up deferring to this idea that democracy, capitalism, socialism, communism, and even the idea of a republic, that actually none of these things really exist. They only exist
Yes,
as like conceptual models.
for sure. Especially as isms, like when we say capitalism, like yeah, that's way too broad of it. The capitalism has probably never existed, right? Like we have capitalist policies, you have socialist policies, but like the ism definitely, I would say, is like, and then you're right to even put those terms on like if we were talking about homelessness or addiction to try to paint the policy like the welfare policy of those issues as something like socialist or capitalist, I think is totally missing the mark on just
Right.
like where we're trying to go with the policies.
Right. Like, I could say that I support free market capitalism all day long, and then we have institutions that evolve out of this, like the FTC and SEC, and we have Standards and Poor's, which is made up of a bunch of board members who are trying to evaluate what something's worth, and so there's a lot of people influencing those policies, especially when you look at, like, I'm not trying to pull the conspiracy theory card, but when you look at companies like Pfizer that also have board members that lobby or might even hold chairs in political committees, and they're able to like influence their own advantage, that's not a free market capitalist system anymore. So, but then if I'm to say like, okay, we need to regulate finance, well, that's not free market capitalism either. So I
Totally. No,
I
totally.
struggle with this concept a lot. I do think that unchecked capitalism is a problem, but I think that capitalism is needed for a certain level of freedom as well. So
Okay, I think you were onto something when you said capitalism unregulated can devolve into socialism, or maybe always tends to, which would be, that's a pretty cool claim. But I think so. Okay, well, my thought on that is that ideally, open free market capitalism would always tend towards cooperation. That could start looking like socialist policies. Like if we have shareholders who elect a governing body of the council to represent them, they still have the freedom to pull their shares out of the stock. But yes, overall, all the policy, they're not part of the policymakers. There's a board or a governing body that dictates the corporate policies, right? And so this is the balance. I would agree. You're onto there's a balancing act. There's a balancing act.
exactly.
We can't have strictly the stockholders. We need to have shareholders represented, and those, because they're gonna diplomatically decide on the policy, but they also need to be held accountable to the shareholders, because if their policies start enacting inefficiently, right, to the market, then they deserve to be changed or whatever. So yeah, there's this constant balancing act. Ultimately, though, I do see it as more of an expression of open free market capitalism, like you said, that maybe has some regulations rather than regulating capitalists. Like
Right.
mostly right,
Right.
because it's the sovereign individual ultimately that we're trying to protect, the minority and the individual, right?
Well,
I think.
I agree with you. I just want to point out that I see a problem with it's a dichotomy here. Like, we can't generalize and protect the majority all the time and say forget the outliers, but we also can't cater to the outliers at the expense of the majority, which is a really interesting interesting thing. But I don't think it's black and white. Like, I think it's easy to outline it. I'm not saying you're saying this. I'm just like disclaimer. I'm not like advocating for or against it. I think it's easy for us to look at it in black and white, like A or B or this or that.
Yes,
When
I agree.
I think we could like find a middle ground somewhere where we could say like, okay, let's cater this towards the best interest of the majority, but also make sure that we are inclusive of individual outliers. Like, let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater either way, right?
Yes.
And it seems like that's the take people take, like, oh, you have to protect minorities over everything, or forget minorities, we need to protect the whole. And they're both valid claims, but either way, you're like,
it's a dichotomy,
right? It creates problems either way. But more to the problem of the finance thing, the simple solution I've come up with actually doesn't require any change in the financial system. I think if we just made it to where politicians could not profit from their own policies or from their chair, like if we had a minister of health in the United States, they shouldn't also be able to profit from Johnson & Johnson or Bayer or Pfizer or anything like that. I think it should be illegal, actually, for our foreign aid committee to also be in bed with our military contractors. Like, that's when you have problems, because then education doesn't become about education, it becomes about the workforce. Or healthcare doesn't come about health, it becomes about profit margins. And then that ends up devolving society where we end up needing a socialist system to regulate unchecked capitalism. Like, unchecked capitalism would be great if it improved health and education standards and all of these other things, right? Like, if people naturally were like, yeah, I'm rich, I'm going to bless everybody, then no one would ever care. It's only whenever you start seeing the society crippling because of it that it's a real problem.
Yeah. Okay. So much I want to say here. Oh man, this is a great conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate it, by the way.
You too, man. Have you ever heard of praxeology?
No.
Okay, it's a form of Austrian economics, or it's really just it's a theory on human action, and it places the sovereign individual at the axiom of reasoning. Now, I agree with you that the reason I'm bringing that up is, like, I agree with you that there's this dichotomy between the sovereign individual and the group, the collective, or the minority, the majority. The issue is, no matter what policy we have governing the populace, without placing the sovereign individual as at the axiom of the policy, we run into contradictions and instability. Like, how would an individual even have the ability to interpret what the greater good of the community is if we don't place the sovereign individual as the axiom? So there's like an element here which I believe we can't even arrive at the greater good. We can't even arrive at things like the greater good, the community, if without first respecting the sovereign individual. That's just a theory of like Austrian economics, though, and praxeology, which modern economics, if you take an economics course at university, most of the time you're probably going to be taught it through a Keynesian perspective, which usually deals with this dichotomy like a little more loosely, like you're saying. But I tend to go with the open free market capitalists on this one, or the Austrian economists, because of that like dichotomy being, I guess, solved, I suppose, from my perspective, by choosing the sovereign individual. Obviously, there's the risks, right? Not every sovereign individual is going to go with the group. Some might completely be harmful to the group, but nonetheless, this concept of the greater good, I don't know how it would even exist without the sovereign individual, I suppose, is my point.
It's an interesting point, because the concept of sovereign individual is not exclusive of minorities, or it doesn't exactly show favoritism to all majorities either, right? Like, we're just simply talking about a free agent, right?
Yeah, and like going back to this point about the governing body who's representing the shareholders, they're accountable to the shareholders. Why? Because each individual shareholder has the right to leave. They have the individual sovereignty to leave. They're all consenting to having their money pooled in and supporting those council members. So to your point about like greed and profit margins in politics, I totally agree with you. But I see that as a finance problem, because from my perspective, if we had sound money, there would be no money in politics. Money in politics is a scam. We're not getting anything for our money. Most of the money is stolen or coerced, and that's the very opposite of like consensual trade, or like true like exchange in the market. It's like a pseudo exchange, especially when it comes to taxation and inflation. It's purely it's theft. It's theft. So it's not open free market capitalism at all, right? Like, money in politics is basically the opposite of open free market, because right. Especially to drill it home, a true free market capitalist society would have very little funds supporting regulation, right?
Right.
And the government would be very, very tiny.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. Yeah, I love thinking about these sort of like problems too, especially from like a software standpoint. Like, if I could build a system on paper and then build that system and scale it, what would the implications look like? I want to give you a paradox that will break your brain, maybe,
Okay, yeah.
on this topic. So, imagine let's start with the premise that, let's just say the problem here is that a government body could lose $7 trillion, right? So we want to add accountability so that people can't just lose trillions of dollars, right? So if that's the foundation, then we're gonna want to build an accountability system that has some sort of ledger that can't be tampered with. But then the next problem becomes privacy. So like, how could I offer you security while still respecting your anonymity? So instinctually we would say these things contradict, but if we were to actually try to build a system that respected both of these rules, something that offers anonymity to the individual but still offers accountability in the market or in trade. So like, if we look at contract law, you and I could sign a piece of paper, we could sign a napkin, and that's a legal tender, right? That's a piece of that's a contractual agreement that we both, notarized, if you will. But in practice, that contract means nothing until it's fulfilled. So at that point, it just becomes a receipt or a ledger. It's a proof that we actually had this agreement. And then the fulfillment of that agreement is the validation or authentication of it, saying like, this is more than just an idea. This is something we actually did. We could still keep that asset private between you and I without the rest of the world knowing it, which raises a really interesting paradox, because in order to respect our privacy and freedom, we have to allow the fact that other people can do criminal things. Otherwise, we're regulating freedom.
Yes.
I've always regulated freedom.
The risks, when we're thinking about risk management, there's no ultimate security, and the most risk adverse, or I don't know, risk tolerable strategy seems to be one that actually incorporates risk.
Yeah, you have to, in order for you to have market integrity that respects the individual's privacy, you have to accept the fact that criminal things will exist. You have to not only accept it, but allow for those things to exist. And then from there, you can say, okay, these public systems, we can secure this. We can secure public funding, and then if money disappears, we can at least see where it disappears. We might not be able to see what was done with it, but we can at least follow the exit, and we can see that, okay, somebody took $7 trillion out of this public fund. We can actually, track it to that extent and still respect individual freedoms. So it kind of leads to the point that we can't actually build one system that solves all of the problems without sacrificing all freedom.
Yes, absolutely. There's always going to be like a trade-off, right? Every decision in that sense is going to have some sort of implication or trade-off. There's no clean way through these problems.
Yeah, it's super interesting problem. I think about it a lot, just working in this space. I can openly share this.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but so when you think about Bitcoin in this issue, like, don't you see it as somewhat solving that paradox? I kind of missed maybe the paradox, because I just heard you iterating the white paper Bitcoin basically and the double spending problem.
I see it as an attempt, but I don't think Bitcoin or Ethereum. I don't think those are good solutions. Actually.
Whoa, okay. Why? Yeah. Why? Interesting. Why?
So, systematically speaking, from a computer standpoint, there's way. So actually, let me put it this way: Bitcoin was a proof of concept that worked, that proved that the proof of concept could work, and then we took it to market. It wasn't the solution. Like, it was just a way of showing that a solution exists.
Yeah. So like, I want to reiterate I want to steel man what you're saying. The peer-to-peer cash network isn't Bitcoin. It's not liquid enough. It's too slow to actually be a peer-to-peer network. It was a proof of
Right.
concept. Yes,
Right.
right.
So there's
Yes.
tons of systematic optimizations we could make. Like you don't need every mirror in the network to validate to move the block forward. Like you can there's 15 we can come up with
Yes.
15,000 solutions to optimize
Yes.
the system.
Yes.
The other thing was that they intentionally chose one of the hardest ways of hashing, which eats up a ton of computer resources. And so inherently, Bitcoin is extremely expensive. And if your currency is expensive to manufacture, then you're going to have deflation out of the box. The other problem is if we have a decentralized currency that's stable and consistent, then why are we publicly trading it against fiat? Because now it's no longer stable and consistent. And then the third point is...
Wait. I missed that last point. What? I think I missed that last point and track quite. What?
So if you and I create a stable token or a stable currency, and we say this system is, you can't manipulate it.
Yeah, like Tether.
Sure. Conceptually, at least. As soon as you put it on the public market and trade it against fiat systems, it's no different than the fiat systems, because now we're going off of market liquidity and not actual tangible worth.
Yes.
And then to add to that, now we're trying to build smart contracts and asset management systems and token, blah, 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 blah. Like we keep increasing the technical debt instead of reducing it. So for all those reasons, I think that's the obvious reasons to me why it won't work as a financial solution. But the technical side of it is that we want Bitcoin and Ethereum to be able to track assets. And if we, well, here's one side. If we had that solution, we wouldn't be talking about it right now, first of all.
To track assets.
Right.
Yeah.
But you still have to allow for futures markets. You still have to allow for bonds and all kinds of things for our financial system to continue to work the way it does today. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I think that we should. But as a technology, if we forget the economic implications and simply look at asset management, and it could be futures trades, it doesn't matter what it is. Bitcoin in itself is a blockchain system, but we're not actually putting anything in the block. It's actually just an empty block. There's nothing in it at all. So the technology went to market without actually implementing the auditing systems, without implementing the asset management systems. Like, we shipped the product without finishing it. And now we're trading it against fiat currencies and futures markets and forex and stocks and literally you can use it for criminal purposes. I mean, so it actually the idea is great, but the practical implications and the practice of it completely miss the target, as well as the fact that the technology is useless. We're trading tulips essentially.
Okay, so I've digested it a little differently than you. I wish I had exposure to the industry like you do. Like you say, you work in tech. I don't. So you definitely have a little bit of a different take on this than I do. My take's going to sound a little ignorant, but I'm going to derail a little bit and just say that mostly what something like Bitcoin has provided for someone like me is a bit of financial literacy, a medium through which to ask questions, at least, and get the ball rolling culturally to get my mind questioning things like you're talking about at least considering these models, what finance is, what is money, and at least being aware somewhat of these problems, right? That are not victimizing myself completely to the system and money. And like you said earlier, it leans me towards more the fallibility of humans more than it does a conspiracy theory about like a top-down controller, right? And that financial literacy kind of frees me up from a little bit of my own heaviness in my day-to-day thinking, and it also exposes me to some real optionality in the market, like being aware of the price volatility of these coins, right? I could make a little money off it, I could lose. That optionality at least gives me a little bit of freedom. It feels nice to be able to like see the other options that are out there. I think that the last point I want to say here is that the main function Bitcoin has provided for me is a comparison of a model for deflation or at least anti-inflation, right? It's not completely deflationary yet, but it's like anti-inflationary, I believe, right? Because the supplies get halving every 4 years. So
In
to that,
theory, at least.
oh, yeah. Well, yeah. What do you mean by that? I guess it could change, or it could, right? It doesn't have to have every 4 years.
Well, there's a lot of factors that contribute to deflation, I think, and some. I'm not a financial expert either, or economics major, or anything in that regard. So,
Yeah, this is where I maybe have a little bit of understanding. Like I see inflation as a very one like a very unified unit. Like there's no, it's one thing. It's the value of the currency, the buying power of the currency, right? Which can really only be measured by the supply. That's how I would measure inflation. So and Bitcoin has shown me that, because like I used to think that inflation could be measured through like the consumer price index, or comparing our currency to like another nation's currency, or those kinds of things, like as if the prices of commodities had something to do with inflation. But I think through educating myself on Bitcoin, I've learned that has really the price volatility has really nothing to do with inflation. It's all to do with the circulating supply of the currency.
right. So I will 1,000, from my perspective, my limited experience, I will 1,000% agree with that. The only reason I say in theory is because there are a lot of factors that contribute to supply. Like if the Earth got hit with a solar flare and all the computers turn off, there goes your supply, right? So now the entire system is deflated. But so yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I guess I would just add the seasoning that there's a lot of factors that contribute to this concept of
Supply. You're right. Okay, no, you're right. You're right.
Because one person could, in theory, buy all the Bitcoin and then deflate the currency because they own all of it, so it's useless. Like just in theory, like there's a lot of things that, when we say deflation, it's like a myriad of things. Like a news article could come out and influence public opinion, and the supply goes up because the demand goes down, and it also goes down in value at the same time because nobody wants it.
Yeah, but with something like Bitcoin, we've established the consensual, people opting in to the consensual protocol of deflation, and then we've watched that skyrocket in price next to any other commodity, basically. So I would say that is a testament to, right, Bitcoin as at least a tool to measure inflation, if nothing else.
It could be. It could be. But so I would add to it, like, for me it's the black box. Like I've written a blockchain, which sounds impressive, but it's really not. The whole concept of a blockchain is just like A, B, C, D, E would be our chain, and on like every single block in that chain has a hashing algorithm that is used to create the next one. And all that does is it just does a hash. It does an equation, it runs it through a table, and it gives us a number. And so that's why we can say, like, oh, this can't be tampered with, because block C, if it produced the value of 4 and block D resulting value was 7, you can't go back and change the value of C, because we'd see it reflected through the entire chain, which is great. There's utility in that. But when I wrote my blockchain and that's all it was this hashing algorithm, I was like, wait, like, why aren't we putting like mortgages in these blocks? Or why can't I put like my bank account statements in this block? Like, we're not actually putting anything in it. It's just an empty black box. It's not actually worth anything. So for me, I see it where like blockchain could have the potential, if it was not the way Bitcoin or Ethereum was, if we actually had built a blockchain that said, like, let's actually track assets, right? Let's track
The
real contracts.
Yeah, absolutely. The obvious problem with that is this issue of contractual agreement in gray areas like a mortgage and the interest rates and the taxation that goes along with mortgages aren't really a protocol that's like enshrined right into a policy that's like consensual. It seems to be changing all the time
And
depending
that's
on
fine. That's actually fine in practice. So we actually want that for free market trade. Like I could buy my car at 12,000 and sell it to you for 17,000. There's nothing saying you
Yeah,
can't
but
if you
that's
agree
different than
to
a
it.
mortgage payment with like like whether the rate can change or what annualized or whatever the different mortgages are.
Right.
My
I see
point
that
here,
as a separate issue though. But go ahead. We can come back to
okay,
that.
okay, the issue I'm trying to point here is that like if we were to use the blockchain to start integrating these other forms of contracts and trying to put them on the blockchain, I think the issue is less with the blockchain and more with the contracts. I think the contracts, our modern contracts today, there's a lot of gray areas and a lot of liability. And blockchain is something
Oh
so
yeah.
simple that it eliminates a lot of that liability, but to your point earlier, eliminates a lot of the freedom. We can't have these adjusted rates due to quantitative easing in the market. Like that's not something that the blockchain is implementing. And this goes back to my point about inflation. It's like if we were to try to use, my problem is trying to find a unit of measurement of value at all. I don't trust the dollar because it's inflated. I can't measure the value of something in the dollar because it seems as though things are just rapidly losing or gaining value, like depending on how the dollar's losing value and chocolate bars are just triple the value they used to be, apparently. But like when I measure them in something like Bitcoin, it seems to represent um, a more real representation of value because things are decreasing in price according to Bitcoin.
So, I would argue a single point that you said, and I don't mean to be pedantic or argument semantics, but you said it seems that it does, and I think that's an important factor because, the reason I say that is because the way I view finance or even money, I even teach my children this, and I make no claim to this. I had a mentor tell me this. Money is only worth what you do with it. So like $100 bill is absolutely useless, but if you buy a Lamborghini with it, then that's the best $100 you bought, like you ever spent, right? You
Yes,
could have
yes,
$1 million buried in a hole in the ground and it's fertilizer. Like it's
totally,
so
totally.
to me, the currency is only as good as the utility of that currency, and that's how I attribute value. Like
Yeah,
money isn't really worth anything inherently, whether it's fiat, crypto, or whatever. Um, I
I
think that
agree. I agree with all this. The standard is the problem I have. It's like if you and I were going to
right,
build a house together, we could use the metric system or imperial system. It doesn't matter to me, inches or centimeters, they both work. But if every day you're trying to change the value of the centimeter, now we have a problem. The
right,
reason we can, right, we need a standard. And so the standard, when we standardize the supply of something like Bitcoin, now I have a protocol and a standard that I can actually adjust and measure something like inflation according to. Whereas if we're lost in the weeds of just quantitative easing and fiat currency, there doesn't seem to be a value that grounds a concept of value at all. These, like you said, the numbers seem somewhat irrelevant to our idea of value. Whereas a true store of value, what money should be, should operate in the sense that it reflects your patience and your time horizon, your time preference, and your productivity. It should actually, right? If I save money, things should be getting cheaper for me. And if I right and money, the way capitalism should be working is it should be making things cheaper and more accessible. So that like the price should reflect that. If the prices are going up and supply chains are being, strangled and inflation is rampant, that seems like a failing economy with especially with a poor finance system. Because I mean, at the bottom of it, these financial systems are the thing that like rigorously keep us, like you said, like accounting, accountable for our debt or whatever.
So yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying 1,000%. I just want to like kind of highlight an interesting point because we actually circled back to something I mentioned earlier. So the exact thing you're talking about is when I said there's like millions of, it's probably not millions, it's probably hundreds of thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. But when I said there's millions of people trying to solve asset management, like this is the literal, like I personally know of billions of dollars that are being invested into trying to solve the exact problem we're talking about right now. Which is where my foundation of the idea, like, okay, it's not really a conspiracy theory because this is a group problem. We're all actually trying to figure out how do we account for value, right? How do we account for what an asset is?
Yeah, because a lot of these a lot of these speculative investments are inflated in price, and so a lot of this race to manage assets. What is that really a euphemism for? It's for protecting people from inflation. The price of
That's
your house,
interesting.
you think your house is worth $1 million, but maybe the dollars are inflated, right? And your house is actually worth way less than you think, and you haven't been doing the math on the unit you're using to calculate the value of your house. And now you're saying, oh, I need an asset manager. Look at all this equity I'm losing. I'm leaking equity at every point. And it's like, are you leaking equity, or were you just appreciated?
Ooh, that's an interesting point. So my theory is, I'm not going to speak to technicals on this because I've got some contracts that I'm working on with people. It goes into IP, but or intellectual properties and stuff like that. So I can't violate any contracts, but I can broadly say that my theory is that we have to decouple the currency from the asset. So like,
Yes.
if you try to say like my car's worth $12,000 and then the price of the dollar goes up 100 times tomorrow, my car's not actually worth 120,000. Like it's worth less because the currency rate became a tenth of what it was. Like, and so now the buying power changes. But if we have a system of actually, like if I build a house, like I could say that I paid 12 cents a brick and I bought 100,000 bricks, and I could, like, we could have an asset tracking system that could say like at this day I bought this product for this price, and then it really doesn't matter what the price is or was. Like it's really just a ledger that like Dole actually shipped 12,000 pineapples in a sea container. Like it, you know what I'm saying? Like the price doesn't really matter at that point because you're allowing for that free market capitalism, inflation, appreciation, whatever.
Yes.
So, and then, but the interesting thing is it goes back to the policy thing. Digitally speaking, the policies end up becoming like templates, and you have to look at governance and regulation as a completely different entity. Like that's what I was saying earlier, is that if you try to put the finance, the assets, and the regulation into a single system, now you've eliminated freedom.
Totally. My thoughts on this, man, are that the history of something like gold standardized our idea of currency through many different tangents here. Gold is uncorruptible, it's untarnishable, and it doesn't degrade. And so throughout history, in our search for different metals and notes and things for currency, gold ended up as one of the standards because it embodied the very standards our policies, to some regard, hope to be. Our political policies, right, hope to be untarnishable, uncorruptible. Though, it seems like we're using metaphors here to try to relate to the natural world, right, and these precious metals that have emerged as like a natural currency to our own policy. And like even the concept of divinity, like, or idealism, were cloaked in gold. Gold became the standard for idealism and divinity and wealth. And so what we use as our token of value really plays culturally with how we perceive affluence, right? And our human action, our policies ultimately need to incentivize human action at the individual level to work towards cooperation and distribution of labor and those kinds of things. And without a token that actually represents those values, our culture is somewhat lost because the incentives aren't there. They're a lie, they're a facade. The wealth isn't attainable. And so the modern age, something like crypto, I think paints a picture of immaterialism. The gold standard was something of hard metals, intarnishability, like I said, uncorruptibility. But when we leap into the metaphysics, the space of the internet, these tokens become a lot less tangible. And I think that plays on our perception of things like divinity, idealism, those kinds of things, what we want to do with our wealth. And I think that that is going to take us to a good place in culture if the money operates in a sound way. If we can actually represent the values that we uphold in nature, right, it will work. If we lie, and we, to the degree that they are lies and facades and corruptible, it will not work. So I think the Bitcoin standard kind of does uphold a lot of those similar standards of gold. Like, I know that's been said a lot, but like historically, it's interesting to look at it, how it impacts our understanding of things like the divine or our own interpretation of freedom and the ideal.
Yeah, that's I can say that there are big players in the market that that have the same perspective. There's a lot of people willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the exact pursuit that you're outlining right now. I think that by 2030 we will see transitions into these sort of systems. But to add to that too, so like I can say specifically, there's a lot of initiatives right now to create a token that is an actual direct representation of real gold. Like we have an evaluated metric for gold on Forex or stock markets. Like it doesn't matter where it is, it's evaluated at the same standard rate based on like supply and demand. But what's interesting though is like and this is also why I say I don't think Bitcoin is the solution. Which is really funny because there's a lot of people trying to build the solution on Bitcoin, but the big committees, they're more interested in blockchain as a whole, not like we have a global blockchain committee, we have the United States blockchain committee, we have all of these blockchain committees, not Bitcoin committees, just blockchain, right? But it's funny because we're probably going to end up seeing a system where we have a gold token, and that gold token will always be fixed to the price of gold. And like maybe you can exchange gold tokens for World of Warcraft tokens. Maybe there's a fix. Maybe it's not fixed. Maybe it is fixed. Maybe it depends on the supply and demand of what people say World of Warcraft tokens are worth, right? I'm just using that as an example, but I do think we're going to end up with that, like we talked about, that decentralization. And it's really interesting too, because as a developer, I see us doing this on applications and cloud systems. A specific context to that is like when you
open source stuff. You mean?
Well, no, I just mean like even the way we build applications now is changing. We used to use monolithic architectures. Like you'd go and download the file and install the file, and now you go to the App Store and you download the file, and then when you run it, it downloads the additional sources. So it's like this micro architecture system. And then in web apps, it's even more micro architecture where you might go to a web page. It's only going to load the relevant context of what you're doing. And those back-end services, the database might be completely in a completely different application. The database might be its own application even. The front end might be its own application, and the system logic might be its own application. And so we're seeing, like, even at our architectural level, we're seeing this big decentralization. In the future, your device probably won't download apps. Will probably stream application segments as you view it.
Sure. Even our tendency towards streaming too, like we're on this live stream too, like that seems to be like, I don't find content that I'm not part of really that engaging anymore. Like if I'm not sitting directly on a panel or at least listening to people that I kind of know, I can listen to some podcasts and watch movies and stuff, but it's definitely not as engaging as actually being like part of the panel, like part of it. And it's a similar distinction. It's like actually giving people the access to what is decentralization. It's like actually giving people a voice, or like actually giving people the chance to, realize their options or whatever it is. Like,
yeah, it's super interesting how all of these concepts seem to be like overlapping. It almost makes me wonder if like in 5 or 10 years everything's just going to be like really simple and make sense.
Well, when you said that I think by 2030 a lot of these programs will be implemented, my gut instinct was just that what that looks like to me is, I guess, the dollar going away, like some new unit of measurement that is adopted, because we all still somehow think in dollars. Like even now, I still think in dollars, and like I think that is probably the thing that's going to shift. Like one of these generations is actually going to like not price things anymore in those terms.
Right. Yeah, and it's really interesting too. Like, here's another example of why Bitcoin doesn't work. So, if I wanted to put my car on the blockchain, my car actually does cost $12,000. That's not just that's not just like a random point of reference. Like that's actually what I paid for it. But if I wanted to put that on a token, I now have to spend $12,000 on Bitcoin to tokenize my car as a digital asset. So now I'm paying twice for this thing to try to represent the value of it, and now that automatically depreciated the value.
Yeah, and that might be a testament though to like not needing necessarily like a fiat currency for barter and trade. Like perhaps the value of the car, it could be traded and not done. That's, I guess, the point is like that blockchain isn't necessary. Yeah.
Well, not blockchain, but the Bitcoin aspect. Like I said, Bitcoin just proved that a decentralized ledger could work, and then we took it to market. Where
Yeah,
we could use...
your point is great. If I want to buy your car, I can't just trade you for it. I have to first spend money on the Bitcoin network and then trade it to you. I have to double spend in that sense.
Right.
I can't.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
And so if we had, if we look at blockchain technology as a whole, though, there's no reason why my car can't exist on a digital ledger. And then I go in and I renew my ledger each year, and that renews my title, tag, insurance, and all of that. And that block should contain my bill of sale, the history, the different reports and proof of registration and all of these things.
Yeah,
to where
for sure.
That hash could then be embedded in a QR code, and I don't need a license plate. I just have a QR code on the back of my car. There's tons of opportunities where we could have way better systems, and maybe you've got like a Twinkie that Elon Musk gave you, and I think it's worth more than my car, and I'm willing to trade you my car for a Twinkie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is an absurd example, but there should be no reason why we can't make that exchange without depreciating the value of either asset and without introducing any sort of fiat currency. Like,
Yeah, this exchange should be purely profitable, ideally, because both parties are just getting what they want out of it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And we can look at mortgage markets like that. Like, you could absolutely allow Bitcoin to continue to exist as a replacement for fiat currency. Like, you could use Ethereum as a more optimized version of that. We could continue to use the dollar if I want to do cash exchange, and us just say like tender cash rendered, right? Tender received. like we don't have to replace the current systems to facilitate this new system that actually implements, actual asset management. If we or trade agreements, it could actually end up becoming some sort of standard if we have the right systems in place, where you can't just screw me over on my, like, if I contract you to build my house, I might require you to actually show me the materials. Like, I'm not saying you can't make a 50% markup on all the materials you buy, but I do at least want a ledger to show that we actually had this transaction and that we have this contract in place, and to verify that, you did the work and I said it was good, and I said our agreement was done and I paid you, and here's the ledger, right? And all of that could be attributed to bank funds, and then we could eliminate the 2008 housing collapse, because you can't just say my house is worth $2 million, because on the chain it's actually never been worth that. So we could allow for accountability at higher orders through blockchain systems like this, and implement self-auditing mechanisms to where, like, you can't just say that we have $2 trillion in JP Morgan's mortgage fund. Like, let's actually look at the network, and the asset should tell us what it's worth, not some auditor telling us that what the assets are worth.
Yeah, no, this blockchain tech is definitely changing the landscape of finance and ethics too, right? Because it's like a life raft that everyone is now, like you're saying, if the problems are in accounting and asset management, these are the life rafts that are going to save the problem, right? You have to account for these kinds of things. If we're going to say accounting is a massive part of asset management, it's like, well, how, if we aren't accounting for all these details of a car sale, how do you hope to capture the true value of the car
right.
in the market without all these details? It's literally necessary for the value of the car to be actually appraised on the market correctly.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of where my premise of, like, when people talk about Bitcoin, and I'm like, it's not, Bitcoin isn't the solution. Like, blockchain may be, but Bitcoin itself isn't. Bitcoin is another vehicle. Maybe Bitcoin is great for digital transactions. It's great for, like, all sorts of things.
The reason I tied in the history of gold is because I'm not married to gold, right? I don't even like gold. Platinum's better than gold, but history's
I like better.
fair enough.
I hear you.
Yeah, the history plays out in a weird way that is kind of unchangeable, and I think Bitcoin has just, in the same way that the gold standard has implemented itself, Bitcoin has sort of implemented itself. It's not there's problems with gold, right? It's not transportable. It's heavy. It's not storable. It's easily stealable, like, right? But so Bitcoin's a new standard that now we can consider the future of blockchain tech and those kinds of new contracts, smart contracts. But it's a life raft that we're all kind of, as the ship is sinking, we're all kind of just incentivized to move towards that life raft, because history is just kind of playing its part. We can complain while we're on the raft, it should be bigger and it should be better, but it's just how history sort of plays out, I guess. Like, it seems like it has set definitely a new precedent, a new standard, and it still has lots of room to grow. And the price, it's funny because I hear you as a tech savvy person saying that, like, well, the price of Bitcoin's inflated and it's not really worth as much as a lot of people might value it as. But what I see that as is more of a testament to the dollar being, it's a comparison of inflation next to the dollar. And anyone that has two brain cells is going to see the power of deflation over the 15-year cycle, right? And jump into the deflationary model. So that price next to an inflationary model like the US dollar is inevitably going to skyrocket. It's a bet. It's a bet against inflation. It's a hedge against inflation. And as long as that's there, I don't see any other. It's, again, just sort of like a natural evolution of history. We might have new emergent ways, right, of sheltering ourselves, just like silver and other precious metals emerged too alongside gold. But the standard, I think, is set basically. I don't know if we can budge the standard, even if it's a weird supply, like whatever the supply amount is, 81 million or whatever it is, and the hash rate is the way it is. Like, we can fork, you can fork and make your own protocols as much as you want. It's just this is the standard that seems to be set historically.
That's a really interesting point. I've got some buddies that are trying to, I guess you could say, like, emerge in this space. And they heavily rely on the gold standard. One of them even pointed out to me that, like, every 200 years or so, any currency leader in the world ends up collapsing and defaulting back into a gold standard.
Yes.
And so we're right around that point in time where, and we see it too, it's like everybody knows, every economist has been talking about the cliff for 10 to 20 years, just because of how inflation works. But, you know, it made me think of an interesting point. Like, this is total conspiracy theory, but it does kind of make sense that if you look at the evolution of the dollar, and then the Fed and IRS and all of these other systems that help hold the dollar up, we really kind of like invented this currency as a means to grow industrially. So, like, if you think about it in that way, if we're, as a nation, peaking in our industrial growth, and societally we're growing more towards a globalist system, then the currency that was invented to help us build railroads and help us build automotive industries and tech industries and whatever, medical, whatever else, just kind of makes sense that the currency would then start to lose value because that the application was invented for, you know, I say invented because
Okay. Yes.
I mean, it's a conspiracy theory, but it does kind of make sense that we would then start to transition to a new standard because the need is changing.
Yes.
Like this original tender was a representation of, like, hey, I've got your coal on my train, you know, like, or, oh, you want to build 1,000 houses and establish a new city. Like, okay, well, here is a tender that you can use to fulfill these contracts, and then in exchange for some goods or services. Now the goods and services are changing. The entire service market's changing. The way we buy products and manufacturing and e-commerce and drop shipping and all these other things. It's like there's not really a way that the traditional banking system that evolved through the 1800s could facilitate for this new society that we're moving towards. If you think about it like that. I mean, it's a conspiracy theory, but it kind of makes sense.
No, it makes sense. It's not too much really of a conspiracy theory, man. Super fascinating to think about, and if nothing else, like I said earlier, at least this space has provided education for me. Like finding people like you that I can talk to and like ask questions about like what is money and where we go. It seems like it's way more productive than getting bogged down in like political debate or left versus right, capitalism versus socialism. It seems like the crypto space is just so much more like in control of these issues, and there's the productivity, at least in discussion, is like so much more, apparent.
Man, my buddy Eddie, he's pretty sharp.
I see that. I was gonna say I think I'm gonna end this live. I've been on for a few hours and I need to go to work, but I didn't Eddie, I didn't want to neglect you. Next time I'd love to talk to you, bro. I need to go. But Persist, this has been awesome, man.
Well. I wanna add like one closing point that you made me think of.
For sure.
What was the last thing you said? Sorry. The very last point. The politics. I think it's interesting. I didn't ever make this correlation, but we kind of can't talk about U.S. economics without talking about politics. Like, we can't talk about the way money impacts society without indirectly talking about politics. Just because of the system that upholds the dollar in the first place, right?
Yes.
That's really interesting because that's another. I never thought about that I think maybe as a society, us moving towards Bitcoin is as a result of us wanting to move away from these politically backed,
Right.
politically regulated currencies, right?
Yeah, like let's have some practical discussions about solutions that aren't so partisan all the time. Like, and based in a bit of economic theory and tangible data, and not necessarily like tyrannical or dictatorship, but like let's at least experiment with our the bit of affluence we do have, and like let's try to solve these problems. Like I don't see how arguing or voting, or trying to campaign on wasting money for, there's just so many aspects of it that tying money into politics is a waste of our money, and there's could be way more efficient dialogues and solutions going on.
Yeah, we got to connect again on another time. So I'm building an application on time management. And in the process, it made me realize how much time and money we spend trying to save time and money. It's like this weird paradox. Like we pay people
Absolutely.
hours a day to keep track of time so that we can try to save time.
Absolutely.
It's interesting. Yeah, I think as a society, man, we need that sort of like system where we can just say, let's focus only on finance. Let's build a finance system that only focuses on finance. And I think you helped me realize, man, I can't even like put it into words, but I think that's a huge thing that people need. Like societally, I think
Like
maybe
culturally, yeah.
Yeah, culturally, we need to be able to say like, let's find a way that we can actually do banking. That doesn't it's not based around your views of like how parenting should be or how local laws should be. Like we've got all these governing bodies that influence finance that have nothing to do with finance.
Spot on.
I think we need that as people even. I think that's a really interesting point.
Wow.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate it, man.
You too. This has been one of the best conversations I've had on this app, dude. So thank you so much.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Eddie's a great one too. You'll love him, by the way.
I can tell. I can already tell. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sorry I'm ending it right now. This is why I'm addicted to the app, because I never want to end it. But I've been on here too long, so I really need to. You said you got to go to work too, right? You're procrastinating.
Yeah,
go to work.
Appreciate it, man.
Okay. Much love, y'all, and please DM me anytime. Share any lives you're in so I can get in on it. And next time I'll try to share this live with you guys too, so we can talk again.
Good deal. Thanks for joining up, Eddie, as well. I'll see you guys later.